We'll be discussing some items that we cannot discuss in open council. So first order of business, as I said earlier, is the singing of O Canada. And what I'd like to do is give an introduction to our singer today. Our singer is Amora Singh. Amora Singh is the singer. Amora is a grade 10 student at St. Paul High School. She's been singing since she was 6 years old. At the Royal Conservatory of Music, she's reached the grade 6 level. She also plays piano and is a competitive dancer, where she's in grade 7 of Szekedy Ballet. Did I say that right? Szekedy Ballet, thank you. She enjoys traveling and has been to 16 countries. She also enjoys swimming and karate. So I'd like to welcome Amora to sing the national anthem. So Amora, if you want to come to the microphone, make sure the little red light is on. Can you see it? It's on? And then whenever you're ready, we're all set for you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il fait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow, great job. Amora, on behalf of the City Council and all the residents that are watching you on TV, we want to say thank you. You did an outstanding job. You helped to make us real proud to be Canadians. You really hit those notes, and we know it's nerve-wracking when you do it in front of a group, especially this group. We're just staring at you. Anyway, we just want to say thank you. You were fantastic.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Well done. Honey. All right, great job, Amora. And now we're going to move on to the Land Acknowledgement and Traditional Indigenous Meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us. Okay. Okay. You know what we'll do then? Why don't we, so we'll save it for the opening of the main meeting while our technical issues are being dealt with. I'll look for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. We're now going to go into committee room 1 for an in-camera meeting. When we're finished, we'll resume back here in open chambers, and we'll start with the opening of the official land acknowledgement. Thank you. Okay, folks, welcome back to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, May the 30th. We just came out of our in-camera meeting, which was held in Committee Room 1, where we discussed items that we cannot discuss out in the open. We're now resuming our regular scheduled council meeting in open chambers. So before we went in camera, we did have the singing of O Canada, and it was done by Amora Singh, grade 10 student at St. Paul High School. Did an outstanding job, and we're really happy for that. And now we'd like to go to our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Diego, thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of like a treaty or an agreement between nations even, to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, they have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink, and it's brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so any time that anyone is thirsty, needs a drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. And anyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job, because we have sometimes 200, 300 people on our ceremonies. And if it were left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help with that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help make that juice so that it can be dispersed to everyone around there. And so we recognize that that dish with one spoon is that concept, and it's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor that this is being embraced, that this is a part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening within our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the city of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our Indigenous populations in and around this area. And so we recognize and offer that gratitude that this is happening, it is continuing, and we look for further togetherness with that. Now,
We're grateful for the land that we share. Thank you, Jackie. Okay, moving on the agenda, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes from the May 9th, 2023 council meeting. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Now looking for any disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any, Councillor Strange, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under communications, comments of the city clerk, 12.1 noise bylaw exemption for the 12th annual Heaters Heroes Run for Children. I'm part of that organization as well as a member of the Falls Heroes Brigade.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. We've got that. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. 8.1 PBD 2023-28, my parents own property within the notification zone. 8.2 CAO 2023-02, I own property which can be affected. And 8.9 PBD 2023-32, again, my parents own property which can be affected. I'll pass this over to the clerk.
Thank you for that. Any other, yes, Councillor Baldinelli?
12.1. Microphone, please, Councilor.
Microphone? Yeah.
12.1 noise bylaw exemption, 12th annual Heaters Heroes for the same reasons as Mike, member of the Falls View Green.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel?
7.1 PBD 2023-029. My husband's employer will be effective from the development.
Okay, got that, thank you. So anyone that has a pecuniary or a conflict of interest, you can please fill out the form and drop it off with the clerk. So if there's no further disclosures, we'll go to everybody's favorite part of the meeting. Mayor's announcements. First off, on a sad note, under obituaries, Kathy Dolch, mother-in-law of Kira Dolch, our general manager of planning, passed away. We send our condolences to their family. This Saturday is a very special day. It's the fire chief's birthday, and it's a good thing because he's got access to a fire hose with a lot of water. So you'll be able to put a lot of candles, a lot of fire. Anyway, happy birthday in advance, Chief Joe. Speaking of Chief Joe, is it a special one this year? No? Okay. No, he really quickly wants the spotlight shone away. Speaking of the chief, he hosted Camp Molly, which is pretty awesome. Where, Chief, is there anything you wanted to say specifically? I know I was joined by Councillors Patel and Newestag. Is there anything you wanted to say about Camp Molly? Pretty cool event.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had an amazing 4 days. These 35 young women really pushed their limits mentally and physically. They were strangers when they first came to the camp, and by the time they left, they had made some very good friends. I can honestly say that on behalf of all the 12 municipalities, fire departments that participated in Camp Molly, there was many resources that we had to utilize, and I can say that we knocked it out of the park. It was truly amazing. We had 160 people at graduation on the Sunday at Station 5, where we had their families also attend, and there was also some councillors there that were there, Councillor Patel, and there was also Councillor Newestag, and of course yourself, Your Worship. It was a great experience, and it was really nice to be able to do this for these young women. And I think that, and I do know, there's a few of them that have already signed up for post-secondary education with regards to the fire service. So it was a very good weekend, good day, a good camp, and we'll see if we'll do it again.
Great.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I just want to add to that, Mr. I went down when they were actually doing their training, and it was unbelievable, going up the ladders and pulling the dummies, and it was really cool to watch, because these young girls who you thought probably maybe lack a little bit of confidence or something, I'm sure at first they might have and were shy. At the end, they were dancing, and they were, oh my God, they couldn't wait to proceed, and I'm sure we'll definitely get a lot of firefighters on these young girls, and the confidence building is great, and teamwork. So it's just amazing. Congratulations, kudos to you, Chief, and the rest of the fire department.
That was great.
Yeah, I was one of the dummies there.
Also, we did give the key to the city to Trish Stratus. I was joined by Councillor Newestag, Patel, and Baldinelli on that day. Body boxing match. We had local boxer Lucas Body fight at the convention center. It was a title IBF for North America, and he was victorious, very successful. So puts him in the top 15, which is pretty good, pretty good. So I was joined by Councillor Strange was there, of course. Who else, right? Councillor Strange, the boxer. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, that's right.
He did box Norm Putting.
He did, I remember that, that's right. Also, we did celebrate Public Works Staff Appreciation Week with a barbecue. I was joined by Eric, our general manager of municipal works, and our CAO as we were there helping barbecue. I think we have a picture. There should be a picture, I believe, of the barbecue. I don't know who we talked to. Oh, you don't have that one? Oh, they told me they had one. All right, I guess we don't. All right, but trust me, there was a barbecue, and it was a good barbecue. It was well attended, and it was burgers and hot dogs, and it was our way of saying thank you to our municipal work staff who work hard year-round, whether it's snowstorms or whatever the challenge is. They always keep the city in tip-top shape, and it was our small way of saying thank you. We appreciate you. We had the Niagara Falls Rotary Club's Paul Harris Fellowship Award presentation. I was joined by Councilors Newestag and Patel, where we have some winners there. We should, no? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought they had pictures. Okay, no problem. Also, the 20th edition of the 40 Under 40 award ceremony. I was joined by Councilor Strange, Patel, and Newestag for that. I'd like to thank councilors for representing the city at a number of events, because obviously I can't be everywhere at all times, and there's a lot of events going on in the city. Things have really opened up. So I'll start off with Councilor Patel. Thank you for representing the city at a number of events, including the Royal Canadian Legion Homeless Veterans Information Session, the Niagara Region Volleyball League opening ceremonies, the Knights of Columbus Meet and Greet, the United Way Period Promise Campaign Kickoff, and the Mountain View Homes Lemon Twist. Councilor Strange, thank you for representing the city at the Niagara United Spring Classic, the Walker Industries Day of Action on Litter at Fireman's Park, the grand opening of Hal Henry's Kitchen, and also the Mother Earth Day. That was at Fireman's Park. As well, Councilor Peter Angelo for representing the city at the Mother Earth Day at Fireman's Park as well. I know you've got something you're going to say at the end of these announcements. And Councilor Lococo for representing the city at the Circle of Friends 10th anniversary, the Lincoln Niagara District Women's Institute AGM, and the Mayan Coffee Diversity Festival. So thank you to councilors for representing the city. Now I know we have some photos. So we had some grand openings and business happenings. First off, we had the Main Street Urgent Care Center that opened up, which is across from the National Grocers. That, of course, is George Zemakis and his team who are opening up this clinic. So it's great that we've got more physicians willing to take on patients. I was joined by Councilors Baldinelli, Strange, Patel, and Newestag. Did I miss anybody? Okay. Also, we had the opening of Spicy Cochina Chicken Hut. There we were, if you like jerk chicken and all sorts of Jamaican dishes. I was joined by Councilors Patel and Newestag. We had the opening of Ren's Asian Restaurant. I was joined by Councilors Patel, Newestag, and Peter Angelo and Strange. Did I get everybody? Did I get everybody? And we had the flag raisings. First, we had the 13th annual Pride flag raising. I was joined by Councilors Lococo, Baldinelli, Newestag, and Patel. June is Pride Month, and it's our acknowledgement and support of our 2SLGBTQ plus community. We also had flag raising for National Accessibility Awareness Week. And I was joined by Councilors Thompson, Patel, Baldinelli, Newestag, Lococo, Patel, oh, we said Patel already, Campbell, and Peter Angelo. And our next upcoming meeting will be Tuesday, June the 20th, in 3 weeks. So I understand, Councilor Campbell, you wanted to, did you want to speak to the National Accessibility Awareness Week?
Thank you, Your Worship. I found myself in need of a parking pass for handicapped individuals. My back is killing me. And I've come to realize that with our aging population, there's not enough handicap parking spots in our community. And I'd like to, I don't think it's a motion necessary, but I'd like to
Direction?
direct it back to staff, and perhaps they could come up with a report sometime in the near future. in increasing the number of handicap parking spots.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got a, do we need a motion or direction? No, okay, direction, so we're good with direction. Thank you for that. And I know Councillor Pietrangelo, you want to speak to Mother Earth Day.
I did, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to highlight a couple things and also bring some awareness to the impact that the tree giveaway had from two different perspectives. One would be from an environmental standpoint, and the other one would be from, I guess, a financial standpoint, taxpayer saving. So first of all, we have our staff liaison, Jeff Garashi, who is very committed to what he does, and he does it on a shoestring budget. It didn't actually cost the taxpayers anything this year in regards to what we did. Jeff was able to raise all the money through corporate sponsors. I believe our title sponsor was Penn Financial, and then we also had OPG, NPEI, Enbridge, and there's probably a couple that I'm forgetting, but needless to say, it didn't cost the taxpayers anything. Our group is the Environmental Action Committee. We have 14 volunteers there, and on Mother Earth Day, we had about 70 volunteers come out. Half of them were high school students who were getting their community service. So that was really nice to see that it was a giant event. We were supposed to start giving trees away at 11 o'clock, and there was so many people there that we had to start early. So we literally had hundreds of people come through for hours just getting a tree. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that there was 500 trees that were given away that day. On top of it, there was 20 trees that the committee planted at Fireman's Park. We always have a little demonstration. There's 20 trees that went to Fairview Cemetery. There's 20 trees that are going on the Millennium Trail at the Rotary Storyboard on Saturday that the Environmental Action Committee will once again be taking part in planting. There's going to be 400 trees that Toronto Dominion Bank is sponsoring as part of their TD Tree Days. And then on top of that, there's 50 more trees that are going to be planted from West Lane students in conjunction with EAC, as we're calling it now. So some of the highlights, Your Worship, just in speaking with staff, our tree planting program, we really focus on planting trees in new homes and then our replacements, and then we look for, I guess, new places to plant trees. The focus, though, really is the new homes that get trees and the replacements. We don't really have a lot of areas that we open up to do new plantings in. So to be able to plant 1,000 trees in 1 year, that represents anywhere between 10 and 20 years of the city's tree planting program. To me, that's pretty significant. Just from an environmental aspect, to know that we've kind of leapfrogged the city, 1 to 2 decades in one single year, just simply based on our own tree planting program. The other aspect really is the financial cost. If the city has to plant a tree, we first have to buy the tree, then we have to pay the labor to put it in the ground, then we have to nurture and care for it, and then we have to maintain it after. So just in the simple numbers alone, a very conservative estimate, when I was talking to Mr. Nickel, anywhere between $500 and $1,000 it costs the city. I do believe it costs us more than that. But even if we take those numbers, that means that 1,000 trees would represent anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. That's the economic benefit of giving away 1,000 trees and letting people take them home and plant them on their own properties. Got some other things here I wanted to mention. I know, Your Worship, that a little support would go a long way. I think just even a formal recognition to the committee, they would be really pleased if we gave that to them, if it was something that came from your office. Some little supports, perhaps just in terms of coordination of staff. I know it costs us $600 just to water the trees that we planted at Fireman's Park. I don't know how hard it would be to get a pumper. I know Chief was mentioning the other day at Station 6 how when we retire a pumper, or when we actually sell them, a lot of times the farmers buy them and they use them as water trucks. And so it kind of gave me the idea that if we're planting new trees, why can't we use our own pumper systems instead of paying someone to go water them and then just get our own forces to go out there and water them. Just a bit of coordination of our own staff. And then the third thing, Your Worship, was the idea of having our own nursery. I don't know if we'll ever get to the point where we can actually have our own nursery, but being able to partner with an educational institution, whether it's Niagara Parks Commission, Niagara College, Vineland Institutes, so that we can order our specific trees ahead of time. And then this way we know we have certain species of trees coming, because again, we can only buy what the nurseries are selling. And if they're not selling the trees that we want, then we're somewhat out of luck. I don't want to go out on a limb, but I know that I've been saying it for, I know, it's one of your jokes. I think you gave that one to me. Yeah, but I've been saying it for a while, Your Worship, that we need to engage the public. One of the old adages that I always remember is that many hands make light work. And listening to our Indigenous lead today, Jackie Levante, talk about one dish, one spoon, it's kind of the same model. And I've been saying for a while that we need to engage the public. We need to have, the private citizens come and, get a tree and plant it on their own property. And the amount of people that we had come through there that day, every single person was so appreciative that we were actually giving away a tree. So if there's any way that we can get some support from city staff in terms of next year's tree giveaway, we just want to make it bigger and better, that's all. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. And so, Mr. CEO, where's it left right now with the trees? Okay. Okay, so I took that as direction of staff. And just for further clarification, so the Park and the City Committee has now been renamed?
The Environmental Action Committee.
Environmental Action Committee, EAC. Okay.
Acknowledge that they take action. I know, it's like you're rubbing off.
Oh, I hope not. That's I'm having bad influence. I'd like to also acknowledge we've got Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco here with us today. So Joyce, thank you for joining us. So next up, I appreciate everybody's indulgence on the Mayor's comments and whatnot. And now we're going to deal with the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund 2023 recipients. So I'm going to call up Clark Burnett, our Senior Manager of Culture, and Kim Van Stigeren, Cultural Development Coordinator.
I drew the short straw. She's going to take pictures. So.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna do a presentation, and I'm not gonna say any more. I'm gonna let you. Do I need to come up here?
Well, yeah, in a minute. Yeah, a minute. So I'm here on behalf of the chairs of the Culture Committee. Deborah Attenborough and Lori Moffat were unable to attend today, so you get me instead. This is an annual award that we give out to artists in our community. The Culture Committee accepts applications on an annual basis, and this year we voted on the recipient that I'll sort of introduce in a minute. It is wonderful for us to take time to celebrate, to recognize and support the artists that make our community a better place, that help us interpret the place we live, where we are, and where we're going. And it's really wonderful that we have an artist here today that's a little bit different. We've had traditionally visual artists accept this award, but today we'd like to award Eve Adams with his award. Eve is a very talented singer and performer who is performed on many stages throughout the region and around Southern Ontario with her wonderful abilities and her skills that again uplift, encourage, and really inspire us as she performs and who she is. So the Culture Committee reviewed the applications and would like to have Council accept Eve Adams as the Alistair Young Endowment Award recipient. We have a short video that I think Heather will show a bit of, and you've got her bio in the report. just a short video to show Eve's talents and her abilities. And I'd like council to accept the report as written, and then we would bring Eve up to accept the award.
So do I get a motion of council, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag? Do we have any discussion to the motion? Let's call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Excellent. A big hand for Eve.
You want me to do that?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Just one. We gotta do the photo thing.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you.
So you want to say a few words?
I warned you about that.
Where are you going?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It's been about 6-7 years since I moved to Niagara Falls, and this community has been so welcoming of my art, and I'm just very happy to be here, and I hope to inspire other artists in the community, and thank you very much to the selection committee for honoring. Thank you.
Awesome.
I meant to point out, Eve was on our first trail mix. I don't think you're on this year, right?
Yes, she is.
Oh, she is. So our trail mix that we put together every year along the Millennium Trail, her music is on there in our Niagara Streams Bandcamp station. And as well, she was a Cultural Development Fund recipient this year and doing work out of Heartland Forest. So check out that as well. And what is it, same night? What? Quick plug.
It's right now, it's the last Friday evening of the month, and all are welcome. It's an all accessible, free event. So if you're interested in drumming, come on down and
Awesome.
drum together.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Last time that happened, the ceiling. Because it happens every year and we never fix it.
No, it's in a different spot. Remember, the bucket was over there. So now it's moved 4 feet, so now we gotta put.
Sorry folks, we're just pointing out we've got water leaking from the ceiling here. So we're not sure really what's gonna happen, so, yeah. What's that? Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Pardon me? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's coming. We'll see what happens.
We built in 1970. I was born in 1970. There's a few leaks on Main Street, so.
Exactly. Okay, I would now ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision to permit a total of 3,558 to 5,387 dwelling units at 8218, 8228, and 8547 Grassy Brook Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 28th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheet located just outside council chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our planner, Julie, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed draft plan of subdivision.
Thank you very much. So this evening, I will be presenting the application for an official plan zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision application by Empire Grand Niagara Projects GP Incorporated. And the proposal is quite extensive. It is to apply a special policy area to permit an increase in height for the proposed apartment and mixed-use blocks, to rezone the lands to permit residential, institutional, environmental, and open space uses, and to facilitate the development of approximately 4,500 dwelling units with a minimum yield of 2,558 to a maximum of 5,387 dwelling units, commercial and institutional uses, and environmental protection, park, and open space uses. A neighborhood open house was held on April 17th. 4 residents did attend. No one provided comments at that meeting. We did receive at that time, up until a few days ago, one written comment that's addressed in the report, and subsequent comments that have been received by the clerk are included in your package this evening. In terms of the location, as I indicated, it's a quite extensive site consisting of a multitude of properties located south of the Welland River, west of Montrose Road, north of Bigger Road, and it is surrounded by detached dwellings, agricultural land, some light industrial uses, and the new hospital site is at the corner of Montrose and Bigger Road. As previously mentioned, there's a multitude of dwelling units proposed, ranging from back-to-back towns and street towns, detached dwellings with coach houses, which for the city, we consider those accessory dwelling units. The applicant on their draft plan identified them as coach houses. Semi-detached units, detached units, small lot detached, which are smaller sized lots for detached dwellings. Medium density, which is proposed to have block townhouses and small apartments, as well as an apartment building. 2 school blocks, several park blocks, mixed-use blocks that would have commercial and residential uses, and environmental protection area. I realize the draft plan on the screen is very small, but it is included in the council package, and it is also available on the city website for those who wish to view it in greater clarity. In terms of the proposed official plan special policy area, the blocks that are affected are outlined in red. Blocks 89 to 92 are proposed to have a maximum height of 10 stories, and blocks 93 to 95 are proposed to have a maximum height of 15 stories. And in terms of the proposed zoning, the entire site would need to be rezoned to conform to the secondary plan, as well as to implement the proposed draft plan of subdivision. The schedule is shown before you on the slide. A quite extensive appendix goes through all of the various zoning that's being requested, as well as staff's position throughout. So I won't go into details on that specifically, but I'm happy to address any questions. The proposed zoning map more clearly identifies the various land uses. So the light yellow are detached dwellings. The pale pink are the small lots, which again are detached dwellings. The medium density blocks are the darker pink color, as well as the red color. The mixed-use blocks are the light lilac color that's located at the south along Bigger and then along Montrose Road. The parks blocks are the brighter green, with the environmental protection being the lighter green color. Townhouse blocks are shown in the orange color, that's light, and stormwater management ponds in the light blue. So staff's recommendation is that council approves the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and grant draft plan approval as modified within the staff report that's before you this evening.
Okay, any questions of council for Julie? Hey, yeah, Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Hannah, thank you so much for the report. I know you sent me an email this afternoon, so I've tried to digest it to what I had questions. So you'd answered my questions about cottage, small lots, and there's even tiny homes, so they're all meant to be the same thing.
So the small lots that I just showed on the screen that was in the pink are smaller size than what's the city standard. And so on those lots are proposed to be detached dwellings without garages. And the intent is that they're a smaller or tiny home, to use the current terminology, that would be more affordable to people. On the other lots, there's proposed to be accessory detached dwellings, which are referred to by the developer as coach houses.
Okay, thank you. I know the SciTech ring goes right at the edge, and I know when I spoke with Ms. Dolch, she said that SciTech is aware. I know we've had discussions about SciTech before. I really think that we need to have further discussions about what we can build and what we can't. Being that it's just on the edge, is there an agreement with SciTech, or we just know there's the 2-kilometer arc and then there's the building?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the secondary plan identified the 2-kilometer SciTech arc. In that area, no residential or sensitive land uses can be built. So within the draft plan, that's where a stormwater management pond is located, an environmental protection area land. And then beyond that, there's a 200-meter arc that's shown on the draft plan. Within that area, the secondary plan identifies a maximum height, which is being captured in the zoning bylaw, as well as uses. So the detached dwellings, for instance, and semi-detached dwelling units are proposed within that 200-kilometer arc, and those dwelling units conform to the policy as outlined in the secondary plan. Beyond that, it's outside of the arcs that have been identified in the secondary plan. The land use compatibility study was done. SciTech is outside of the area of influence for this development, but we do recognize that it is a significant industrial activity in the area. And so planning staff have included a warning clause identifying for residents that SciTech's operations are in that area. And then we also will include within the subdivision agreement clauses that address environmental management plans. This would be required, for instance, when the school blocks, which are located completely outside of the ARC, when they come in for site plan, we would identify that there is a need to have emergency plans that address the fact that they are near industrial uses such as SciTech as well as some other uses.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, I have a few more questions. It talks about an agreement with a landowner west of Crowland for ecological restoration, but it doesn't explain what is that. What will be done on that property and for what purpose?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the planning department does not have a copy of the agreement. It was a private agreement executed between the two landowners. In the secondary plan, there's two appendices. The first appendix identifies natural heritage features that were identified at the time of the secondary plan as being able to be removed. And the second schedule identifies areas where that restoration of those removal features is to occur. So in the plan that identifies that location, it corresponds with the agreement that the developer has executed, and its lands to the west of Crowland and north of Bigger. And within the secondary plan, there's a preliminary restoration identifying the features to be replanted. And then within the draft plan conditions itself, there are conditions that have been drafted and included at the Regent's request requiring a restoration plan to the approval of the region. And for all the natural features, there's a variety of plans that are required for approval and consideration of both the region and the MPCA. And then there's monitoring that would be required as well.
Thank you. Through the mayor to you. So we have an agreement, but we can't see the agreement that we're removing some features, but somebody else is going to take care of them, but we can't see that agreement.
The agreement is a private agreement, so the city wouldn't be party to that. The restoration plan is a public document once it's prepared, and that is required as a draft plan condition. It hasn't been prepared yet. A preliminary plan is included in the secondary plan that is contained within the city's official plan.
Okay, thank you. But we're being asked to approve something when we don't have that information yet.
It was a policy contained within the secondary plan itself.
Okay. I sent you an email through the mayor about electrical conductivity, and Mr. Bryce was trying to explain it to me before I got here. Can you just explain why that paragraph is in there about electrical conductivity and why it meets the standards, or why it's in there and what would have been the harm?
So the environmental site assessment analyzed a variety of locations on the property, and there were several locations where at a lower level below 1.5 meters, there was a higher level of electromagnetic conductivity, which is the sodium amount in the soil. It goes beyond the scope of my expertise, but there is no concern for this level. It was just identified in the record of site condition. It's below the level of plants as well as residential use, and there is no Ontario regulation that would be needed to be met for that has not already been met.
Thank you. My next question through the mayor. It talks in the report that we're approving higher density because, when I talked to Ms. Dolch, we're approving a higher density because it's a complete community with schools. And I asked her, have the school boards committed to this plan? And she says, no, there's no agreement with the schools. They won't commit until the population is here. So what happens if we approve this development at the higher densities and then the schools don't want to come in?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had extensive conversations with both school boards through pre-consultation to the plan that's before you now. Both school boards have identified that they do need both school parcels for their existing and future needs. As Ms. Dolch indicated, as to when the school boards would develop those sites is undetermined. They would do that based on the review of their student numbers, but they're constantly in communication with city staff as to when development is coming on stream and the population numbers. With the population that's being proposed in this development, as well as with other secondary plans that are within the school shed, it's expected that they would need those sites.
Okay. It talks about that there's going to be no development in the PSWs or valley land of the Welland River, and most of the significant woodland is retained. I don't like the word most. Can you explain what that means?
So the majority of woodlot, and I can show you the schedule, is being maintained. The consultant went on site with the regional staff who staked the woodlot, as well as with MPCA staff who staked the boundary of the PSW, which is the provincially significant wetland. The region and MPCA were satisfied with the staking. They identified at the time of the review and during the EIS work that there were some areas in the secondary plan that previously had been woodlot that, because of the tree species or the health of the trees, had died. So there was some areas that previously had been identified as significant woodlot. They're no longer considered woodlot because of the death of the species. And very minor areas of woodlot are being removed, primarily where there's where there's roads being proposed for crossings. And no PSW is being removed. It's other wetland that's not regulated under provincial regulations.
Okay, thank you. It talks, there's a statement in there which may be for more affordable houses for residents, the apartment blocks, may include rental units. I don't like that word may again. There's no commitment. And I know we had our whole housing plan where we talked about what affordable was, what attainable was. And I'm getting very exasperated with all of the things that we're trying to do and some of the new laws that are coming in. It doesn't seem like we're accomplishing anything. We're not accomplishing affordable housing. We're not accomplishing attainable housing, but yet the report, and when we get to the other report later, it talks that things may be. I really want to get commitments from a developer instead of saying may. There are apartment blocks. Are they going to be rentals? Could we have some sort of commitment that they will be affordable or attainable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with all developments, as you're no doubt familiar, they don't necessarily identify the whether they're going to be rented or condominium at the time. So we're unable to say with certainty that they will be rental. So that's why the word may was included. In terms of the affordability, it's obviously a very significant issue for the city. And so because of the fact that we weren't provided data with certainty and that those numbers aren't solidified as of today and the development occurs 3 years from now, those numbers may change. Planning staff have included a draft plan condition that requires the developer to identify with each phase of the development that's being registered how the development comprehensively is meeting the affordability targets as set out in the official plan policies. So at the time when each phase, so if it's 3 years from now or if it's 5 years from now, they're going to have to demonstrate that there are affordable units in the development.
Thank you. Through the mayor, at the time, will they go through staff to do that, or do they come back to council that we can say a certain ask for a certain percentage, or does that just go through staff?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the draft plan conditions are cleared by staff. The percentage that's included in the draft plan condition is 40%. That is consistent with the recommendation in the housing strategy, as well as contained within the official plan policy.
Thank you. But if they're condos, we have no control over them, there's no rental.
There wouldn't necessarily be rental. There is the opportunity to rent condominium units. That is the case, for instance, in the city of Toronto.
Okay. Okay, I talked about the west of Crowland. On page 26, you have the blocks with the chart. Talk about second units, that it's occupied by the owner of the second unit, and then it says it's not needed. But then on page, but on page 27, you talk about second units, and it says the owner may or may not live in the primary, says the support. So this sort of goes back to the whole vacation rental unit. Can you explain those for me, please?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there's, with the second dwelling units, with the provincial legislation that was just changed, we are unable to regulate who lives in units, as was the case before. So it's not applicable in terms of the occupier of the units, for either whether it's a second unit within the dwelling or if it's within an accessory dwelling.
Okay, so for page 26, it says by owner occupied, and then 27, it says may or may not. So why are the two different then? On page 26,
I think we might have different page numbers, but the one column is the existing regulation, and then their proposed regulation, and then it's identified that it's not required.
It's not applicable.
Yeah. As the staff recommendation, and it's not applicable because of the provincial legislation that occurred.
Okay, but in the second column on page 27, it says the owner of the lot may or may not live in the primary dwelling. 27 of the printed page, it's 27 of the electronic page as well. Page 27 of 75. It's number A. Under second unit.
Yeah, so what they're saying is similar to what I was identifying before. So they're asking that the owner may live on the lot, or they may not live on the lot, and staff is supportive of that because provincial legislation doesn't limit who can live on land.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to confirm, we're talking about 40% of the floor area for an accessory dwelling unit. So if a house was 2,000 square feet, then the accessory dwelling unit could be 800 square feet? Is that how that works with the 40%?
Typically, it would be a 40% rule. My understanding is in both cases, they are asking for that to be not required.
So when it's not required, they can do 30%?
They can do, if it's within a dwelling unit, it could be the whole basement level, which typically would be closer to 100%.
Okay. Can you please explain the two-step encroachment? You tried to explain it in an email, and I'm sorry, I still didn't understand it.
No, that's okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a request to permit 2 steps within a parking space. So, for instance, in new builds in garages, the garages are typically fairly small. And what they're asking is that you could have the steps that go into your dwelling be within the 6 meters where a car should be parked. If you allow the steps to be within that 6 meters, you wouldn't be able to park a full-sized car. So that's why staff is not supportive of allowing the encroachment of 2 steps within that parking space. It basically would make the garage function as a shed.
Okay, thank you. And just to go on that, because of some of the changes at the provincial level, we can't state how much parking, so you're not supportive of the steps, but is that because of the parking, then they have no parking?
They would have parking if the required parking space was met for the dwelling.
So it could be in the driveway then?
It can be in the driveway, it can be in the garage. It depends in several of the different typographies. There is really no driveway proposed. It would be a garage abutting a rear lane.
Okay, thank you. I think there's 2 typos on here, and I don't mean to be picky, but I think it might just mess things up. On page 3 and page 17, when it talks about the detached dwelling units with the cottages, it's 148 to 128. That's the number of them. You can't have 148 to 128 of anything. Page 3 and page 17, where it's listing all of the different types of units.
It's the range depending on the lots, how they break up the lots.
I do understand that, but usually you go from 1 to 3, the lower to the max. This is going from a max to a lower.
It's being consistent with how the developer proposed it in their draft plan.
Okay.
That's why it's reversed to the other numbers that you see before you.
Okay. On page 45, we talk about an apartment dwelling being a commercial, a general commercial, so vacation rental units would be allowed in there as of right. Is that correct?
If they are licensed.
They would have to be licensed.
They would have to be licensed.
Okay.
It would have to meet the parking requirements for it to be licensed as well.
Okay. And on page 58, it says about the developer contributing funds. Can we be more specific? The developer could contribute $100, or the developer could commit $100,000. It doesn't say a percentage. It doesn't say anything. Why is that?
This is a condition that was requested by the municipal work staff, and it's consistent with how they write conditions. Mr. Nickel would have to speak further on the percentage and the funds being allocated.
I would like to know what the cost of it was and what is the expectation from the developer.
Yep, Mr. CIO.
Yeah, I'll take first stab at it, and Kent can do it. At this point in time, sometimes you don't know the actual cost, so that's done as a general term that says you must contribute funds for this. But when we find out final design and final cost, that's when the contribution is more defined, because we just don't know. At this point in time, we're at this stage, but not full engineering and all that stuff's been completed, so it's hard to put an actual cost to it. But I'll pass it over to Kent also.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's right. That with the cost being unknown, there's just a contribution that would be required.
Thank you. Through the mayor, is it normal to have a percentage then? Like we have no idea how much it's going to cost, and there's no expectations from the developer. They could come back and say, well, you didn't say we had to do a certain percentage. Isn't there a percentage that would be normal?
It depends on use and benefit in some cases, so it depends specifically on, it's done on a case-by-case basis. So, like I said, before final plans are drawn, then you can understand what the cost of this, of the particular items are, and then there's negotiation at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, I did ask for a tree map about what was going to be cut down, what was going to be preserved, and Ms. Dolch said she would try to get it to me, and I didn't get a map, so I don't know.
I sent, through you, Mr. Mayor, I sent you the link to the EIS addendum.
So that was a separate thing that I asked for the EIS. I didn't realize that the tree map was in there. Okay,
yes,
thank
so
you.
It identifies the areas where trees would be removed.
Thank you. It also, I guess my question is, it says we're encouraging accessory dwelling units. And I talked to Ms. Dolch, and she said that the developer is not encouraging accessory dwelling units. We, the city, are encouraging accessory dwelling units. How can we do that with education to our residents so they understand that they can have an accessory dwelling unit in the backyard? The developer's not building one and they're not encouraging people.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the city, through the zoning, and if it is approved by council, it would clearly identify the parcels of land where accessory dwelling units can be permitted that vary from our existing regulations. My understanding is that the developer is very interested in having affordable units, which is why they worked with the city to do the small lot size, which is a new concept that we're working on, and they, I understand, are actively committed to having accessory dwelling units. Whether individual who purchased the lot builds one, that's out of the control of the city, as it is throughout the entire city, but we have done our best with the design of the development, as well as the zoning that will be implemented to encourage the construction of accessory dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. Resident contacted me and asked me, where will the wildlife go? Ms. Stoltz said that there would be crossings. Can you explain to me how the crossings are going to work for wildlife, please?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a condition that the region has included in their portion of the conditions that addresses wildlife corridors. And so the EIS itself speaks to wildlife corridors. There's an extensive environmental protection area lands that are being maintained and zoned appropriately with the appropriate buffers that naturally create a corridor system. And then where there are roads being proposed, then there will need to be appropriate corridors. So a lot of times that's tunneling, for instance, or other items identified by the regional staff that are appropriate for corridor systems, but it is something that is already being addressed through a draft plan condition.
Okay, thank you. And there are a number of zoning changes within this proposal. Will the developer come back to council for those zoning changes, or is this the meeting that the zoning changes get approved and they don't have to come back?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, staff have presented to you the zoning proposals as well as the staff recommendation. Council would approve the report as presented, and then subsequently the zoning bylaw would be brought before council to be potentially passed by council.
Thank you. And my last question. It talked in here about transit. I'm thinking about that our transit has now been amalgamated with regional transit, so it's not as easy for us to say, oh, we've built a development out there, let's have our buses go out there. We have to go to the region. So Ms. Dolch explained to me that we work with the region to let them know about the development, the density, how many, the population. How does a region decide where the transit will go based on the number of different municipalities? Is there a chance that we could not get transit to go out there, because we've talked so much about this being transit friendly, less cars, no parking? What are the challenges working with an amalgamated system like that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this has area specifically south of the rail line has been identified as South Niagara Falls Hospital Growth Center, and so it's an area identified by the region as an area with high population growth. Economic development is targeted in this area. Obviously, the new regional hospital that's going to be serving several municipalities is in this area. So it is an area, because of its classification, would necessarily require transit to service it. In terms of the remainder of the development, because there are higher developments, forms of development proposed, there's the school sites, it would be an area where when you're doing transit planning, there would be a natural transit route throughout the area to service within the development, and specifically the hospital and regional growth center itself.
Okay, thank you. Those were all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Hannah. Thanks, Julie, for the presentation. I just had a couple questions. So first of all, we did receive a letter from the Nature Club that asked a question about setbacks from environmental features. And I know there's been some changes in planning as of late. The province came in and kind of downloaded planning from the region to the city. but there's still the regional official plan, and I'm not even sure anymore where the NPCA fits in, because I think they've only been, I guess, relegated to watershed activity. So I guess my question really is, who's in charge of what the setback is? Is it the city, is it the region, or is it the NPCA?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the NPCA is still the commenting agency for regulated features, and that includes water courses as well as provincially significant wetland. So they would determine the setbacks for those features. Just as an aside, the EIS is maintaining the standard buffers required for those features, so the 30 meters, for instance, for the PSW. The region is still the upper tier, and on behalf of the city, they review and comment on our environmental policies as well as their own. And so they have reviewed the EIS as well, and the recommended buffers that are contained within the regional official plan as being kind of the standard requirements for environmental features are included within the buffers proposed in the draft plan itself.
Okay. Second question, Your Worship, had to deal with, I know in other subdivisions, like in secondary plans, we have ratios in terms of R1, R2 multis. Sometimes we see like a 30, 35, 35 ratio. Is there a ratio for this secondary plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are ratios within the different neighborhoods, and this plan is exceeding those ratios in terms of the units, but it's still considered appropriate.
Okay, all right. Your Worship, I know that secondary dwelling units were brought up. It's been coming up at Committee of Adjustments often because people have to come for variances because we have, you know, that the secondary dwelling unit is only allowed to be 40% the size of the original unit. You know, it's only through Committee of Adjustments that I've learned that not every municipality treats them the exact same. A lot of municipalities, if you have a bungalow, then what is on top is considered to be the main unit, and the basement is allowed to be a secondary unit. So there would be no variance that would be needed. If you think about it just in terms of square footage, if you have a 1,000 square foot bungalow, we're only allowing them a 400 square foot apartment downstairs. It really doesn't seem like a lot of living space. So I almost agree with the elimination of the 40% that staff have done. Your Worship, the last point I wanted to make, and I don't know whether or not staff can actually pull up the report that we were given, but on page 57, I think it's draft plan condition number 9. So if you go to page 57 and just read number 9 that's there, it says that each phase of the proposed development demonstrate to the city's satisfaction that an accumulation of a minimum of 40% of the dwelling units across the entire development will meet the definition of affordable as defined in the city's official plan. That's new for developments, is it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
Okay. I mean, this is all part of the housing strategy that we passed last year, where we tried to bring in policies that would encourage affordable units. We're now doing it through our draft plan of conditions. So the developer has to build 40% of the units and make them affordable. This is something that we as a city wanted, is it not? Okay. So this is good, Your Worship. All right, thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Thompson, and then I've got Councillor Newestate.
Yes, first of all, I really appreciate the planning department they have handed this, and I say 8 section where they support this development, and we had a discussion about the Niagara Gulf out there before, and we approved it. And then the Empire people, construction, have bought it, and you and I were the first development on Kaler Road with Empire from Toronto, and they've been out there probably 5 or 6 years, and they've done a beautiful job. And they've also gone out to Thorold and done the same thing, and I understand in Welland, and they've got, so we got, and I went through all of the people who give their, whether they approve or they have objections, and none of them have any, and we're talking about probably 5,000 houses, and the idea of 40% of having them in affordable. I think this is a really and a financial opportunity. Also, I think this is really a great, and I really like the people from Empire, and I would certainly give a motion to approve it, and this is what our staff are, and I would like to see what the CAO also supports this, and I think that this is a real opportunity for the city of Niagara Falls. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll get the CAO to vote on this too with us. Councilor Newstead?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Hannah, a great presentation. I think this Grand Niagara is a grand plan for Niagara Falls. I think as it's a well-planned community. I really like the idea of the hospital being able to work and live within that same place. It meets environmental, less people traveling by car, they're able to walk. Diverse housing, the affordable housing's put in there, the infrastructure, the parks, the boat ramp, all of those things, and potential hospice with that, making use of the environmental area. The only concern I have is with new development is the parking that people have and what's allocated. We see it in new developments, especially in South Niagara. There's just doesn't seem to be a lot of parking. When we, as Councillor Lococo mentioned, the encroachment, this 2 steps. So if a developer's looking for 2 steps, so obviously their intent is to make parking just, I guess in my opinion, parking just seems to be pushed down to the bottom, and it's easy when we're doing planning, we get caught in the development, but at the end of the day, the reality is that parking spot, although it can be self-contained in here and we have transit, we'll propose transit, people still need cars, people are driving, and then we hear about this ancillary, we can put more dwelling units in the backyard or other people. That means there's a lot more cars there. And when you actually walk the streets, when you do campaigning and you're seeing the lack of space for cars, it is of great concern. It's of concern because cars seem to be on top of each other. We have children out there playing. You can't, it's a danger for them. People can't park on the streets. It seems like the streets were even narrow as well. So emergency vehicles, kids. So I just hope, I don't know how we can protect that, but if we can really pay attention to the reality of what we need, because people drive cars as much as we wish they didn't. Everybody does, and this is still kind of out there. It's not like it's a downtown core where everything is there. So it's just a comment I wanted to make, and I hope it's taken under consideration. Yeah. Thank you. But overall, I think it's just a grand plan for us.
I can respond briefly through you, Mr. Mayor. So to address those concerns, that is why staff isn't supportive of the encroachment. In other municipalities, some of which Mr. Thompson mentioned, that was the result. People weren't able to park in their garages, so they had to park on the streets, for instance. We also, for the on-street townhouses, we're not supportive of the proposed frontage, partially for urban design consideration and partially for the on-street parking. So if you have a greater frontage of 6 meters, you can have it where the driveways abut each other, allowing for one parking space to be in front of the dwellings, where if the frontage is reduced and you have driveway, that's when you have the opportunity for no on-street parking. So we did consider a variety of considerations when reviewing this plan to ensure that it was well-designed, as well as meeting the parking needs. There also isn't any reduced parking proposed for the mixed-use or high-density blocks. So at this time, they are proposing to meet the parking needs for those developments.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for this new high intensity, so they're going to have additional parking, like that's being part of this whole proposed amendment as well.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the apartment blocks and the general commercial blocks, there hasn't been a request to reduce the parking, so they would need to meet the parking requirements established by the city, as well as for the detached dwellings on street towns where one parking space is required. If there is an accessory dwelling unit proposed, then an additional parking space would need to be met. They did provide us some preliminary design concepts where they illustrate where that second parking space could be located. And so staff are satisfied that with the zoning regulations that are before you tonight, that staff are supportive of, that the parking needs will be able to be met on the lot. And if there's needs for visitors parking, the streets, as determined by the transportation services staff, would be able to accommodate visitors parking because there'd be suitable frontages.
So on the front, we have street parking for the dwellings.
There is the opportunity to have on-street parking, should there be the need for visitors parking.
Okay, and what about these ancillary buildings, if they're able to, with the new proposed thing, that you can put these buildings in a backyard? So now we could end up needing 2 more, and if that is after the fact, are we putting that into consideration now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So they've illustrated those units primarily being units where there's a rear lane. So the main dwelling would have the front door on the main street, and then the rear lane would have the opportunity for a garage and then a parking space, for instance, outside of the garage, if it's a 1-car garage, and then the ability for a part. Or you could have a 2-car garage, and that would fulfill the needs for parking for 2 units. So depending on the configuration of the actual parcel and the number of dwelling units, there appears to be the opportunity for that to be met. But when they come for a building permit, that would be something that would be confirmed as to whether the parking needs for the units would be able to be accommodated on site. But preliminarily, through planning's review, it appears that that would be the case.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm about the 40% of affordable. It doesn't say attainable, it says affordable. I'm trying to pull up the housing strategy. What are the dollar amounts? Because affordable at a rental rate is different. Affordable trying to buy a home is different. So what are the rates?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the housing strategy in front of me, so I wouldn't be in a position to speak to that. But it would be affordable through the study and work that's done by our policy division, and that would be updated annually to meet the current needs of the residents.
So almost 50% of households in Niagara Falls make under $60,000. So what is affordable? I don't understand how the development can say they're going to do 40%. So if I understand correctly, there was 4,500 units in here. 40% of that is 1,800 units. So 1,800 units at what price?
At a price typically that's under the 60th sixth percentile of residents would be considered affordable.
But if there's no rental units?
It can be either rental or ownership. There's different amounts based on the type of tenure, and that is updated annually.
Okay, I'm just going to try to find those figures because I think that's important. When I was speaking with Ms. Dolch about affordable housing, she was telling me that the construction industry did a survey to figure out how much it was per square foot for a single detached home. It was approximately, say, $300 per square foot. But when they did it for an apartment dwelling, it became 350 square feet. $350 per square foot. So it's a lot more than a single detached home. So that's why a lot of developers want to do the single detached home and not the apartment. So I can understand them wanting to build the homes, but how is it affordable? That's what I want to understand. I know it was in the housing strategy, and I just want to look at the dollar figures. If somebody could pull them up, I'll try right now.
Yeah, Mr. Serio.
It's not mine, I think I got it, but.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
It's not mine, and I think some of the council members around the table were actually on the committee, right?
Yes, in response to Councillor Pietrangelo, I was on the committee, but again, when a report is saying 40% of 4,500 units, that's 1,800 units. So I just want to clarify what that's going to be.
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, I believe for 2022, for $60,000, it was $1,500 a month rent was the target. And then to do the purchase price, you convert that $1,500 into a mortgage payment at an assumed interest rate, and you back into a price.
Mr. Bryce?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe for 2022, the purchase price was approximately $500,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised, excuse me, that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have one resident. Nobody has registered online, but I believe the one resident is here in attendance, and that's Ms. Leslie Lawn.
Okay, yes. Hello, would you like to step up and speak? If you just, again, state your name and your address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Lawn. My address is 5525 Rexinger Road, Niagara Falls, Ontario. The postal code is L2G 0S1.
Awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
This is my first time here, so I'm a little nervous.
It is a 5 minute. It is a 5 minute.
That's fine. It won't be long because many of my concerns were addressed during the presentation, so that was wonderful, and I appreciate that. I did send an email to Mr. Matson with some of my concerns as well, and a lot of them were regarding the radius outfall from the Solvay plant and the chemicals involved with what they use and what they produce. And like I said, a lot of those were addressed within the planning, and I understand that during the planning process, conversations took place with Solvay, so everything is you know, kosher. My other concern was with regard to the number of residents that would be involved with a 3,000 to 5,000 unit dwelling development, as well as the two schools, the employees of the two schools, hospice, possible hospice situation, as well as the additional, thank you, the additional employment opportunities that will be coming with this development, was in the case of an emergency of any kind, whether it be an extreme spill that maybe is beyond the parameters of that 2-kilometer radius, what is in place and how do you get those people out in a timely manner and a safe manner? And I know that's probably something that may be more addressed to the emergency but is that all taken into, like, I'm sure it's taken into consideration because our lives are very important to everybody. But when you look at the development plan, I can only see on that particular plan 2 main egress places for people to leave that subdivision. So that's a lot of people leaving a small space in a very short amount of time. How do you get them out onto the road safely? That's a concern. I was just wondering if there was a possibility. I know Grassy Brook, the exit on Grassy Brook to Moyer is presently closed. Was that considered as an ancillary exit in case of emergency or anything like that? I'm curious, and I wasn't able to see that in the plan, and maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse. Maybe I'm in the wrong spot for that.
Well, we can try to get an answer. I don't know, Chief, if that's you, that can help us with the emergency. And Andrew, so you guys can fight over who gets to answer it first, or you can tag team it. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew, why don't you start us
Okay,
off?
through you, Mr. Mayor, I can start off. The Grand Niagara secondary plan was developed in 2018.
Yes.
Through consultation with SciTech.
Okay.
So development is outside the 2-kilometer arc that SciTech identified. And also beyond that, there is a radius where there's lower density, lower rise buildings of approximately 200 meters. The secondary plan includes language that for a school, a retirement home, a hospice, north of the railway, north of the hydro corridor, that's that kind of transects the plan halfway.
Yes.
That there'd be a development of an emergency plan and evacuation protocol.
Okay.
So that is something that more appropriately dealt with through a site plan agreement, site plan process. However, through the subdivision agreement, we'll include that notice in the text of the subdivision agreement.
Okay, wonderful. Like I said, it was a concern, and I didn't see anything anywhere, so I wasn't sure if I was in the right spot for that. But the next thing is evacuation. Regarding your stormwater catchment ponds, I know that's a bit of a controversial issue right now with the amount of money that we're, as a municipality, having to put out to maintain the ones that we've had in operation for a number of years. I was wondering, again at the planning stage, if anyone has looked at, instead of the standard stormwater catchment pond, have they looked at possibly an overland stormwater management system that would maybe possibly incorporate or mesh with the existing hydrological features that are already on the site? One, it can create an amazing opportunity for recreational trails, native plantings. You know, you're talking about having to create buffers off-site or taking something from here and planting it over there. Again, if this is something can be addressed and looked at possibly by an environmental designer or something like that. I've seen one in operation up in Richmond Hill, and it is just such a positive and valuable asset to the community up there. And I think it would be a really good fit with what we're trying to do here in Niagara. So that was one thing. And then again, someone else, again, during the presentation touched on the wildlife corridors, possible under-road passages for wildlife, and especially through migration, because they don't just stay in one spot all year. These critters migrate, and again, you've got the headwaters. This development is basically on the headwaters of the Grassy Brook system. So that would be something else that I would again, I'm putting it out there. Is it been considered as an alternative?
So who might answer? Andrew, would we start with yourself as well, or would we go to Municipal Works?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can give a start on it. There is a stormwater management system. It includes an overland flow for major storm events. But the 4 stormwater ponds that are being developed, they're supposed to work in tandem with the natural heritage system in providing maintaining water flows. The applicant did do a water study just to demonstrate that. The final plans will be reviewed by NPCA and the region and their environmental experts as far as ensuring that that impacts on the natural heritage system are mitigated.
Okay, like I said, I saw this and I was able to experience it, and it's just a phenomenal asset to the community. We have, recreational uses, cycling. They're all fully accessible passes, or fully accessible pathways. So cycling, running, like all of these things, people walking their dogs, and it's like you step out your back door and you're in nature, you know, instead of having to climb in the car, get everybody in and get the picnic and go off. You know, it's just, it's right there. And it's just, if you have an opportunity to see it, look it up on the internet or whatever, it's a really remarkable system, and it's very, very, I don't know, I just think it would be a very positive asset for our area. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lund.
Okay.
Appreciate your questions. Yes, Councilor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can get some clarification, I'm looking at the housing direction strategy, and it says annual income up to 70,000, affordable house price 328,475. Our CAO just said at 60,000 it would be 500,000 house for a mortgage. So
I think our
affordable house
planner
price.
said that, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bryce said that.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
Yep.
Bryce said it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't have the housing strategy in front of me. But it was based on percentiles up to 60% percentile of, of income, household income. And I believe it was somewhere around 95,000. Again, I don't have the study in front of me. But that, I know there's different figures in that study, but the $500,000 one is the one that I recall.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. On this table, it says up to 70,000 income, $328,475 for the house price. Up to 60,000, and we were saying that almost 50% of our residents are under 60,000 for a household. 281,550. So I guess my question is, based on this in here, if I'm understanding it incorrectly, please point me in the right direction. How can a builder build a house for 328,000 at 70,000 income, or 281,550? Those are my questions, because the numbers didn't make sense to me, and I want to make sure that that's what's going to happen. If we're going to get 1,800 units that are affordable, that will cover this, I can't see how a developer is going to sell a house for $281,000. I have concerns about the development, but if we're going to get 1,800 affordable units out of it, I would like to support it, but these numbers don't make sense.
I don't know if anybody has the ability to answer that question. I don't know, pardon me? Are you looking things up on the internet? No pressure, we're just gonna stare at you as you do this. Yes, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks. Just to add to it, but then I want to go back to what Ms. Long was saying. I mean, this is part of the draft plan of approval. This is a condition that the developer has to satisfy to the city's satisfaction. That's what it says in number 9, and I mean, I can get them to put that back up there, but as defined in the city's official plan. So if we're not satisfied that we're not getting 40% of the units that are affordable, then the developer is in default of the agreement. That's pretty black and white. So the city staff have to be satisfied that we're getting 40% of the units that are affordable. It says it right in the draft plan of conditions, number 9. But I wanted to go back to what Ms. Lon was talking about, because she was talking about the migration of wildlife, and under the heading of NPCA in the draft plan of conditions, again, if you go to page 65, it says under section I, a wildlife impact mitigation plan which incorporates the recommendations found in the EIS prepared by Dillon Consulting in February 2023. So what I take from that is that the NPCA has asked Dillon Consulting to do an environmental impact study on the entire lands, and that from that study, recommendations have been made that will be implemented, that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority is satisfied with. And that is part of the condition that the developer has to satisfy as well. So I just wanted someone to answer her question. I thought it was a good question. Plus, she was the number one. She was the number one photo taker for the recent nature challenge that you won. You beat St. Catharines because of Miss Lon. Like, I mean, yeah,
that's right. Excellent, excellent points. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Peter Angelo that if we're not satisfied, it won't go through, but I would like to confirm the dollar amounts, because if we're on different pages, then I'd like to know that. But it's page 6, if somebody can bring that up. Did you bring it up?
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, sorry, through the mayor. So I'm going back to PBD 2022-18 and the report that's attached to that. So when you look at the affordable housing strategy, for income levels of 95,900 and above, you need 499,500. So and how it's defined, it's affordable price at 90% of the market price. That's what kind of dictates to it. That's where you get, Mr. Bryce came in just under the $500,000 mark. And if you go through the study, it does say for purchasing of houses, people making under $40,000 would require a guarantor of someone to create an affordable house. So this gets updated based upon average MLS costing on an annual basis by our planning department. So they would have to target that price. On the rental side, it's done based upon those income levels. And it was at the $60,000 range, it would be about $1,500 in 2022 for rental. So they're calculated kind of two different ways in our strategy going forward. And the challenge for most builders, and this is why we've moved definitions in affordable housing, because if you took the CMHC definition of affordable housing and said you only spend 30% of your income on affordable housing, as you noted, Councillor Coco, you can't physically build it for that. So therefore you do not create any affordable housing. These guidelines that are determined there is to target to get supply on, which will then reduce the overall cost overall. So the intent is for them to line up with these costs. These numbers, I would still say, are challenging for some builders. And the agent is online with regards to, if you want to ask directly how the agent for the development plans to build this. But I think the strategy here is a 40% on the average overall, and because of their mixed use that they have everything from small cottages to secondary units to multi-rise units. That's how, when I think you put that whole that whole combination together, that's how they're going to try to hit the target, is by offering those different types of mixed uses, or mixed product, I should say, not mixed uses, mixed product in the overall development of the plan. But like I said, I think you got to go to the study for purchasing, and like I said, in 2022 is targeted at just under $500,000.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. Through the mayor, I just sent you the document that I'm looking at, and you just talked about 40% of an average. That's not 40% of 4,500 units. And again, this is our study, City of Niagara Falls Housing Direction Strategy, and it says up to $60,000, $281,555. I just want to confirm that we're looking at the same amounts. If the developer can maybe give us some more information. Like, I understand is if this gets approved and we're not satisfied with it, but if we're not talking about the same numbers and the same thing, then I don't understand what the point of moving forward is.
Moving forward with what?
Voting unless we know.
Can I just clarify?
Yep.
Like, when you look at the condition, it clearly says a minimum of 40% of the dwelling units. So it is 1,800. 1,800 are going to be deemed as affordable units. And our staff are the ones that are going to ensure that that condition is met. It's right here in the condition. I don't know how anyone could read it differently.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to know what the definition of affordable is. Because if affordable is 500,000, we've already said this figure is different here. It's talking about different figures. I just want confirmation on the figures.
I would think it's going to be the 500,000 because there's nobody selling houses for those numbers you were saying earlier.
But in our affordability study, it says annual income up to $70,328,475.
With a,
No, it says affordable ownership prices for income levels up to 70,000.
So I'm just pulling up your doc, so which page?
Page 6, the very bottom. And that goes back to if there's rental units, that's a little bit easier to do the affordability, but a lot of developers won't do rental units. So if we're talking about homes, single detached homes, then it clearly says affordable ownership prices.
Yeah, and I'll go through it, but I believe what that's saying is if you did the CMHC guidelines.
Thank you. I'll go back and review this on a break, but I believe that section refers to CMHC guidelines, which when you look at CMHC guidelines, what would be deemed affordable, which is different than how the city's plan is deeming affordability for the housing. So that's why it refers to our city plan versus CMHC plan.
But this is our document.
I know, but I think this section is, and I'll reread the document because it's been a bit for me. Because I think that's sitting under provincial policy statement in the section, in that section, versus going to our policy statement. So I think that's the difference. But let me just take some time with staff to reconfirm that.
And can we confirm with the developer how much the units will be, especially if it's a small lot or a cottage? How close to these amounts are there?
Well, they'll be up next,
Yes,
and we
thank
can
you.
ask those questions. So, yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going through this, I think it's a great proposal, great development, plan of subdivision. The hospital's being built, and what a better place to be built behind a hospital, easy access. The transit station is right there, only a few blocks away. We're talking about a hospice, we're talking about schools going there. It's gonna be amazing. We've got commercial shopping just down the road, Niagara Square, so it's close to everything. And, our own housing strategy committee, I think Councillor Campbell might have been on it as well with Councillor Lococo. They're talking about a 40% affordable housing implemented in this development. We've never had that before. This is the first time that we're going to be doing this, which is just truly amazing. And then you throw in thousands of units that we're going to have with our housing crisis. We need our goal at the end of 10 years, and this is certainly going to add to it. We also have secondary dwellings, and we have finally tiny homes. Councillor Lococo went down to Texas, and she studied tiny homes. Finally, we're going to get tiny homes in this. And I'm sure that's part of the affordable housing, where you go and you can buy a tiny home for close to maybe the amount she's talking about. But finally, we're getting this implemented, and you guys both were on this committee. And we're using that policy, the Niagara Falls housing strategy. I think anybody votes against this, you shouldn't be. I don't know how you could vote against this.
Okay, if there's no one else other than the applicant at this point, we're going to go to the applicant. Do you need another moment to read through this, Mr. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, we're going to now go to the applicant or his or her representative. I understand, I see the notes, there's a few people online.
Yes, Your Worship. We'll start with Mr. Stephen Armstrong. He's attending via Zoom. He is from the Armstrong Planning. He will be leading council through his presentation.
Okay. Mr. Armstrong, can you hear us?
There we go.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, hi, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
So we've already had a very in-depth presentation from our staff. Ms. Hannah did a very, very good job. It seems really the only outstanding question right now from Councillor Lococo is around the dollar number that used to calculate affordable housing. So I don't know if you can maybe help draw a little clarity around that. That seems to be the main stumbling. There's a lot of support for this housing, but that just seems to be one of the questions that maybe we can't get clear answers to. So maybe you can help us out on that.
Yeah, so I don't have I'll give you the numbers, but I think Mr. Burgess is going to answer it. But I think stepping back, in terms of the staff report, just to get on record, we're in full agreement with the recommendations. But let me focus on the affordable housing. In dealing with planning staff and with your other staff, you'll see in this project, as you've heard, a series of very creative new housing types that are going to be coming into Niagara. One was the tiny houses or the cottages. You were mentioning somebody went on a trip to Texas. I can tell you Empire builds the same type of homes in Texas, and that's how, when staff indicated a desire to see that, we were able to model that and bring it to the Canadian format. So we believe those will strike affordability. The second units that people can build on their units, and the coach houses or garden suites, we think those will all lead to the affordable housing. We think the size of them, the nature of them, and the ability to build them, like some, for instance, won't have basements. Some have basements. It's a product we've just introduced in the Welland area, just south of you, that's been a success. We've got the back-to-back townhouses and the stacked townhouses, all of which are designed to come in at the affordable rate. It will be challenging, absolutely, there's no doubt about it, but I think there's no pushback from our end. Again, this was an application that we worked really hard with your staff on, and we're really pleased with it. And it's Empire's commitment. As you know, I believe they're a good corporate citizen for the city and the region, and we're quite active. And I can tell you, we're committed to make it happen. And I think, as the one councillor said, it's a condition of approval. But more so, if it wasn't a condition, this is a product that we were looking at, and staff pushed us to think even farther. And that's what you're saying today. So I'm hoping with council's endorsement, we can get on the ground and get things going and really start these houses to get built. And I can say on the record, it's our commitment to make that 40%. And it will be challenging, but we're going to do it, or we're going to try to do it.
Okay, do we have questions of council for Mr. Armstrong? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, Mr. Armstrong, thank you. And appreciate your passion. It seems like you have a little bit of a passion because you knew about the tiny homes down in Texas, and to implement this into your development here with the affordable housing, the tiny homes, the secondary dwellings. This is something, and then the 40% to put affordable housing. This is something that we've never really had in our community in Niagara Falls. So kudos to you and to developers for doing this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strange. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Armstrong, your final statement bothers me. We're going to do it, or we're going to try to do it. Either you're going to do it, or you're not going to.
It's not an attempt. I didn't mean to be crafty in my words. We're 100% committed to it. If we weren't committed to it, we wouldn't allow the staff report, or we'd be pushing back against it. We're very confident. I think Mr. Burgess stated it well, and the planners. It's going to be hard, but we think the product mix we're providing in this, from the tiny homes, the townhouses, to the back-to-back townhouses, and to the stack product, and the mid-rise apartments, we think will all lead to the affordable housing 40%.
Think that, Councillor Campbell?
No, there's another word in there, think. As a teacher, high school teacher, the kid said I would try. I'll try. And I always said, trying's lying. Either you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. And that's where my concern comes in. There seems to be a little gray areas that are being opened up through this discussion.
No, well, through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I'll say it again for council's sake. I'm not intending to give you any gray area. I can tell you our commitment, 100%, is to deliver on the 40%.
Good, thank you.
Awesome, thank you for that, Councillor. Yep, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, just on that point, I really think that we're being a little too harsh on the developer, because I don't believe that there is any requirement that the city has to put a certain percentage into our draft plan of approval. Maybe Mr. Burgess or someone else can speak to this, but this is the first time that we've ever seen a developer come forward and offer to build 40% of their units as affordable by our standards. Not by their standards, by our standards. I don't know that we should be kind of turning this around and really questioning it. It's going to be part of the conditions of draft approval. If we're not satisfied, then the developer is not going to actually meet the conditions. Perhaps we can have a word from staff as to whether or not there's even a requirement to do this, because I've seen a lot of other developments come down that have offered 0 in terms of affordable units.
So, Mr. Bryce or Ms. Hannah, you guys can fight over it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the official plan policy is it's worded as a target of council to achieve that 40%. It's not listed as a requirement for each and every development.
So therefore, it's not a requirement of every developer.
Right. Right. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Good comment. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Armstrong? Okay. No, Mr. Armstrong, you're the spokesman. We don't need anyone else from Empire to speak at this point. Is that right?
No, it's just me. Thanks very much,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
No, that's
Appreciate
great.
it. It's hard to see on the screen.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm over here. You might see me. Oh, yes. Yeah,
No,
Councilor.
thank you. Yeah, it's just me speaking. So, thanks very much.
We've got another question, Councilor Lococo.
Not so much a question, a comment. I guess Councillor Peter Angelo is correct that it's not a requirement, but when a developer, someone puts it in an application for us to approve it, saying this is what I want to do, this is what I'm going to commit, that affects the councillors whether they're going to vote for it or not. So I just want it to be clear. Yes, I would love to see the units. I do have some concerns still about the environmental issues. I hope that we're good stewards of the environment, the land, and the wildlife. So I'm hoping that that part can work itself out, but I would really like to find out the numbers, what's considered affordable.
Okay, thank you for that. CAO would like to weigh in.
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I think, I just want to summarize, I think, our staff had worked with Empire. A lot of developers have not. We've asked a number of developers to take a look at some of these strategies, the cottage homes, the tiny homes or laneway homes or whatever. No one's really been willing to do this on a large scale basis. So, to be quite frank, if they fell short and got 38% of the homes done by instead of 40%, we would still be so much further ahead. So I don't want a negative connotation because, frankly, Empire, Mr. Armstrong hasn't said it, they have not built some of these styles homes in Canada. So we did, we do have some provisions in there that if the market isn't willing to accept it, they go out, they build these, and no one's willing to buy them. We can't, also hold them to say, yes, you got to do these cottages. We have other things, and they'll try to use other products. But what we're hoping is that this is a bit of a, a bit of an example or highlight project for, other developers to say, okay, Empire got this, they did sell. We can start looking at these smaller homes on smaller lots, or we can start looking at building secondary units, which will come up in another report later tonight, where we're looking at different ways to encourage more secondary units on lots. So we're trying. The developers worked with us. When you look at their original plan to what they've agreed to, they've moved a significant ways. I think we've met with them, as Mr. Armstrong said. I think it was very collaborative. They were willing to take some chances to it. And we'll finalize the numbers with it. I just had some emails from text. The numbers have changed significantly since 2020 to 2022 is the other issue. So I think we're looking at different numbers. But anyways, I just want to make sure that the tone leaving this is staff was supportive of this with some tweaks and some things we didn't always fully agree with. But overall, what they're presenting here is kind of leadership material for Niagara Falls. It's stuff that no other developer's been doing. So we'd like to make sure that this gets underway, and then we can hold Mr. Armstrong to task on his commitments going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you, Mr. CAO. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to add on to the CAO's remarks, this is so positive. We've never had a development come up and add all this stuff to the development they're going to be a prime example of what other developers, they're going to set the standard, I think, here today. It's amazing that they're going to do up to the 40%, secondary dwellings, the tiny houses, the affordable housing, 40%. It's something that we're going to be looking for and say, well, we would like you to be like Empire and come up to their standards if you can. So this is going to be a prime example, and I don't know how you can turn down this development. I really don't.
Okay, thank you for that. I am now going to officially close the public meeting. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision is now concluded. The will of council, Councillor Thompson.
Staff approval.
Okay, approval of the staff report. Looking for second by Councillor Strange. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you. Are we going to get that, the affordable housing numbers? I just want to get them before I vote. I think that's an appropriate thing.
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, through the chair. So I don't have the updated numbers, but I would refer the councillor to the definition of affordable at each tier of income, which was table 3.4 of the report, page 27, an update that gets issued on an update. So if you're at $60,000, it'd be $312,000, but that was from 2 years ago. So whatever that number is today, I'm not 100% sure. 95,000 is the 60th percentile. So if you look at 60,000 is the 50th percentile, 95,000 is the 60th percentile of income in the city, and you would have to target 499,500. So when you look at, I'll go back to when the region was proposing on Park Street, we were targeting incomes between $65,000 and $85,000. So not everything being built has to be at the $60,000 income. That's the average. So you try to put the average together so that you have different offerings for different people at different income deciles. But if you went with the 60,000, there would have to be so many units that would be at the 312 index to today's number, or realistically indexed to 3 years down the road when these guys actually, build their units. So that would be the table I would refer to. So you're probably looking at homes between $300,000, which would be those secondary units, and tiny homes, up to $500,000, which would probably be those cottages and those condo units.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Strange. We're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Well done. I think they set the bar quite high, and I'm proud that that's going to happen here in Niagara Falls. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong, and to your group that's online. Mr. Castro and Mr. Cackle, thank you for being here. Who's going to lead us on that? Okay. And who's going to do that? Okay. And then be the presenters. Okay. Just give it a second there. The next what? Okay, I'm going to call on our Director of Planning to introduce the report, the presentation, and Ms. Martel. So we're at item 8.1, PBD 2023-28, and our Grassy Brook Secondary Plan Phase 1, and I'll ask Andrew if you'd please introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have Ms. Kelly Martel, who's our consultant on the Grassy Brook Secondary Plan ready to make a presentation. We've completed the phase 1 portion of this secondary plan. We're ready to launch into phase 2, and that's where we start to get into the development of a land use strategy and other policies for it. And just looking for council just to receive this report for information and give direction to start the phase 2. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Martell.
Okay, great. Ms. Martell, can you hear us? Microphone, please, Barry. Ms. Martell, can you hear us?
Good evening. Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly. So the floor is yours.
Perfect. Fantastic. I do have a presentation. I'm not sure if the clerk can put it up or if I'm able to share my screen. I am flexible either way, but just somebody let me know.
Share? Yeah, if you could share. Ms. Martell, if you could share, we'll open
Sure
it up
thing.
so you could share. Yeah.
I just want to confirm everyone can see my screen. It's the title slide for the presentation.
All good. We're all good here.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Jim Diodati and members of council. I am here today to talk to you about the Grassy Brook Secondary Plan, specifically updating you on where we've been now that we are at the conclusion of phase 1. Before I start, what I want to say is planning is certainly a dynamic and evolving process. And this secondary plan process specifically is a long one. We are targeting 2 years to complete this. There's a significant amount of work, both technical and in the field, as well as desktop and working with the community to get the secondary plan in place. And we are at the beginning of this stage, and this is the first time we're here before you, but certainly not the last. So what I will do is proceed to a quick agenda. I'm hoping to give you a bit of an overview of the project tonight, our findings to date, and identify some next steps. I understand that the background report has been provided to you as an appendix to the staff report covering this item. And where I'll start with is how did we get here? We're looking at the Grassy Brook area, and I'm showing it to you on the screen in a red outline of the study area. It is one of the city's last unplanned, unserviced, designated greenfield areas. It's been identified as an area of change to support growth and development in the city over the long term. It has been on the books by the city for this development for some time now, and Council has approved the creation of the secondary plan for Grassy Brook to proactively and effectively manage this growth. In terms of the planning system we're currently working under, we are in what we call a top-down land use planning system, whereby we've got matters of provincial interest which are set out in a number of planning policy documents as well as legislative documents. Those get filtered in and implemented by the region and the municipality through the official plan at the regional level and the local level. Those set out broad, overarching goals for the development and land use vision for the city as a whole. But what we have an opportunity to do as planners is prepare more detailed, granular level area-specific plans that look at a smaller geography to understand how they can be planned to support the overall growth of the community. And that's what we're looking at in the secondary plan. And once the secondary plan gets approved or put in place 2 years from now, it will be implemented through the zoning bylaw. And that's kind of how we work in the funnel in Ontario today. But as I said, it is a dynamic and evolving process that we are going to have to continue to monitor as we move forward in this project. And that is something we will certainly do. What is a secondary plan? I did briefly overview what it was on the previous slide, but what we are aiming to do with this area is set out specific vision, goals, and objectives for how Grassy Brook is going to develop. That includes land use policies and regulations, urban design guidelines, and those are informed by a number of technical studies, including a transportation analysis, infrastructure and servicing analysis, a detailed sub-watershed study to ensure that the appropriate environmental features are delineated and the appropriate protections are provided in policy and in mapping. And it is a highly iterative process. When we do secondary plans, we work with the community throughout. For now, what we have done to date is establish a technical advisory committee, and that is comprised of city staff and regional staff, and we have established a community focus group, which is a select number of community representatives from the area to help provide that on-the-ground insight from a local perspective. And ultimately, putting all of this together, the goal at the end of the day is to have a land use planning framework for this area that would support the creation of a complete community that includes environmental protections, policies and regulations for residential development, employment development, and commercial development. We know that the South Niagara area is going to grow and change a lot in the coming years, and this process allows the city to get ahead of that and provide a framework for assessing that growth and managing that growth on a go-forward basis. I say that the Grassy Brook of the future is going to look very different than it does today. It will become urbanized over time and will become a variety of uses. We are going to need to plan it to support that range and mix of employment, commercial, residential, recreational, and open space uses. Looking at that geographic area specifically, but what is also around it, including the development that was just before you prior to my presentation, and the new South Niagara Hospital. And what we're going to do through this process is answer a number of questions, looking at what the existing natural heritage conditions are in the area, what environmental features need to be protected and how they can be protected. How will Grassy Brook fit within the existing and planned development context of the city? Identifying the principle of land use and what the most appropriate layout and land use pattern is appropriate for this area to support complete communities, as well as understanding how matters of land use compatibility can be managed. And this is specifically in relation to that wastewater treatment facility, which we know that the region will be building in this area as the commencement of the EA for that study. We are working with a number of consultants on our team to complete the technical studies that are required as inputs into the development of a secondary plan. That includes a sub-watershed study, urban design guidelines, an archaeological assessment, a cultural heritage evaluation review, transportation and infrastructure study, a land use compatibility analysis, and all of that will then inform the development of land use concepts, a planning justification report, policy assessment, and a fiscal impact assessment on that framework, and then ultimately the secondary plan that implements those policy directions and key technical findings. So like I said, this is a long process and we are just beginning. We are just finishing phase 1 now. We kicked off in October of last year and are now at the stage where we have completed our desktop background analysis and gone and presented those preliminary findings to the community at a public session, as well as to the technical advisory committee and the community focus group. And now we are presenting that to you. The next stage of this project, which is phase 2, we anticipate is going to take about a year in time. It's not going to be a quick process. We want to make sure we're engaging with the right stakeholders, with the right landowners, with yourselves, members of the community, and have the technical work done in order to develop those potential land use options. And what I will say about this is the sub-watershed study is subject to specific field season timelines, as well as the archaeological study. So when we proceed into phase 2, part of that is getting the environmental scientists and the archaeologists on the ground to delineate the features and understand what we need to consider into developing those land use options. What we'll do after that is work with the community and present some options to them for their input, evaluate those options and alternatives, and then present to you later next year our recommended preferred land use option for your endorsement. Once we have presented that to you, that is when we will get to drafting the secondary plan proper, and that's where the full Planning Act process comes into play, when we've got that statutory document. And we will conclude with a statutory public meeting sometime near the end of 2024, early 2025. So I certainly look forward to updating you and getting familiar with your faces, and you getting familiar with my face and the rest of my team's face over the next year and a half or so as we move forward. As part of our background analysis, we did want to set out some of these factors that the secondary plan can influence and can't influence at this time, based on the legislation that is in force and effect and in play as we move forward. We understand things might change, and we will monitor those changes and augment as possible. But for today, what we know, the factors that can't change and that the secondary plan cannot influence are the location of the designated employment area zone, the regional employment area, the location of the wastewater treatment plant, that is fixed. We can't change that. The EA is done. The location of the future hospital, that will be built. We are not going to be able to change where that goes. And for right now, the predetermined residential and employment density targets that are set out in the growth plan and the regional official plan. And those are targets that we as planners will need to ensure a policy framework is in place, and we will need to demonstrate that those can be achieved through the secondary plan. But that's not to say that there are things that cannot be influenced or changed through this process, and the list on this slide is certainly not exhaustive, but one of the major factors that the secondary plan can influence and change is the identification and protection of those environmental features on the ground. Aquifer Beach, who is our environmental consultant lead, will be doing that field work imminently, it is our hope. And we can still provide detailed land use and urban design guidance for future development that addresses land use compatibility and other matters. And we can understand from the community what their vision is to inform both the land use patterns, permitted uses, heights and densities, and urban design guidelines, coupled with our technical expertise. What we can also do is address infrastructure capacity and transportation needs, and that's through the detailed servicing study and detailed transportation study that is going to be required as part of this secondary plan. And what I will say is that Dylan is doing both of these projects, and the transportation component is underway. However, the infrastructure component will occur a bit later once we have a better understanding of the features on the ground and where potential stormwater management opportunities and locations for facilities can exist. And we would need to build those into the concept. So we're not quite there yet, but once that work is done, our infrastructure team will use that to identify both a phasing strategy and the locations of stormwater management facilities. Like I said, right now, the secondary plan has to consider the policy and regulatory framework set out by all levels of government. We're top-down funnel. So right now, that includes a place to grow, growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the enforced provincial policy statement from 2020, the recently approved by the province Niagara Region official plan, and the City of Niagara Falls official plan. Like I mentioned, we are aware that there are changes coming fast and furious from the province, and we will have to augment our work as needed to address any changes that may come into effect later on this year or next year as we move through this process. And again, this process is highly iterative, and we are at the beginning stages right now. For some context, based on the region's recently completed MCR, Municipal Comprehensive Review, and approved new official plan, the growth allocation for Niagara Falls is significant. The region has allocated more than 20% of the region's overall population growth and over 21% of the region's overall employment growth to occur in Niagara Falls. And the Grassy Brook Secondary Plan is one of these areas that will need to accommodate a portion of this new growth and achieve a number of growth targets established for the area. For what we're looking at in terms of targets is what I'm showing on this slide, and this is based on the approved regional framework. And this is in relation to the built-up area, the designated greenfield area, and the employment area. The region has assigned a minimum number of units for the city's built-up area, which is across the whole city. It's not just Grassy Brook, but you as a city are required to accommodate between now and 2051 an additional 10,100 housing units in the built-up area. And some of those will be in Grassy Brook. And those are the areas on this slide that are in that dark purple. And the creation of new housing in the designated greenfield area is also required, and that will need to meet a density target of 50 residents and jobs per hectare. And on our slide deck here, that is that light colored purple. And finally, the region has identified employment areas, and that is the purple hatched area on this map. And these are to be protected for employment uses over the long term. There are specific targets for job creation that are required to be met. Per the region's official plan that was recently approved by the province, this area is identified as a dynamic employment area and is required to meet a standard of 20 jobs per hectare. Obviously, land use changes are required to meet these targets and to provide for a future cohesive, complete community in the Grassy Brook area. There are a number of existing uses that it will change over time. This is not a today plan. It will evolve between now and 2051 and likely beyond. But we know that the new wastewater treatment plant will be there. We anticipate that the employment area will provide prestige industrial uses that are compatible and synergistic with the wastewater treatment plant and respond to those needs identified in the employment land strategy and the regional directions for dynamic employment areas. We also anticipate that there will be some new residential and commercial uses in this area. And we do believe it is very important to consider opportunities for local serving commercial uses to support future residents here and beyond. We know this area is going to experience a lot of growth. So we need to be prepared for that and think about it at this granular lens, but also what is around it and how do we provide for that connectivity. We anticipate some existing uses will remain and continue to provide access to the surrounding water network. We know there is a rich environmental history here, and there are certainly environmental features and parks that we would want to continue to preserve, enhance, maintain as part of any land use plan we develop. We have not yet completely mapped the environmental constraints, and what I'll say about this is that, again, we are in phase 1, and as part of phase 1, we've been doing desktop work. Aquifer Beach, our environmental consultant, will be going into the field now that field season proper has started. And preserving that natural heritage is a critical input that we believe needs to be considered in the development of land use concepts to guide growth and development in this area. What you're seeing on this screen is what environmental constraints we know to date based on the desktop analysis, but the work in the field will refine this. And what we are hoping to do is get out for visits in April, May, August, and September of this year. I believe that some of the field work has started already, and that is what their field program looks like in the short term. We did identify a number of high-level opportunities and constraints, both within our team as well as with the community focus group and the technical advisory committee. And these are things that we're considering right now as we move into phase 2 to get a greater level of detail into the land use concepts. And in terms of opportunities, we did identify that heritage design guidelines and public art along the river could be an opportunity for including in the policy framework for this area. Introducing a mix of housing types, local commercial uses, open spaces, and trails. As the area builds out and develops, there's definitely an opportunity to expand local and regional transit service once the population gets to a critical point at which the regional transit service could provide those connections. We do think that there are some opportunities for gateways into the community from the highway, as well as specific nodes to develop as a full community. There's an opportunity to develop and design new employment areas, and definitely introduce some recreational areas for future residents. We have identified some constraints, and what I'll say about this is I don't want you to think about these constraints as bad, but they are things that we need to work through in phase 2 of this process to inform the development of our land use plan. And that is the existing natural heritage areas require protection or buffers. We want to get it right, so that's why the field work is important, and certainly we would want to delineate that on any land use plan later on near the end of phase 2. Similarly, the outcomes of the cultural heritage and archaeological studies will also determine developable areas and triggers for studies required for future development. There is no existing sanitary servicing in the area, so certainly development cannot occur until phasing of this area comes online. That is subject to the build out of the wastewater treatment facility and some other elements that are beyond our secondary plan, but things we need to consider, and that's in relation to master servicing. We also don't have control in the timing and desire of private landowners to initiate developments. That's a constraint, but we do have an opportunity in phase 2 to discuss with landowners their vision for their land holdings and incorporate that as input into development of the vision, principles, and policy directions for this secondary plan. So like I said, we have done some preliminary engagement. Our first technical advisory committee occurred in February of 2023, and that was composed of technical experts from both the region and the city in terms of transportation, servicing, planning, economic development and other such groups. We also had our first community focus group on April 5th of 2023, and they're certainly a very engaged group, and they have provided insights on a go-forward basis for us to consider. We did have a public open house on April 13th, and there were about 50 people in attendance, and we got some great feedback that we want to use to further inform how we develop land use concepts in phase 2. The Let's Talk page is always open. It gets updated on a regular basis, and information is provided to the public that way. And I believe that e-blasts are sent out when anything new is added to the Let's Talk page. We have a lot more engagement still to go, and we are looking forward to talking with the public, landowners, stakeholders, and yourselves over the next year and a half. In terms of next steps, what I'll say is we have targeted landowner interviews coming up. We have 2 scheduled so far. There are a few more I need to reach out to and pin down a date. We are hoping to commence phase 2 in late spring, early summer 2023, so that's right now. But phase 2 won't be finished until next summer. And what that entails is working together to develop these goals, guiding principles, exploring options and alternatives, presenting those options to residents and stakeholders, and then coming back to you in around this time next year with a preferred land use option. There's, I believe we will be presenting to you as well as the public a number of times in phase 2 and then again in phase 3. And our program includes opportunities for both in-person engagement and virtual engagement through the Let's Talk page. I apologize if that was quick, but I am here to answer any questions or help provide any clarity. I would open the floor, or if staff have anything further to add before we get to questions or next steps, I open the floor to them as well. And I would just thank you for your time tonight, and again, very excited to be working with the city on this project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martel. We appreciate that. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Martel? Okay, Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Martel, I had a couple questions regarding the presentation. You talk about unknown existing natural heritage conditions, and that would be the next step. So I just don't want us to think that we're not taking care of that. That's the next step. So right now we're just basically approving you doing a study. We're not agreeing to anything in specific. You're just doing a study, and these are the things that you're going to study later. On page 18, it talks about ensuring rental options, and I wonder how you are going to be able to ensure rental options.
Ms. Martel?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will identify that we are early in the process right now. We are not in policy development yet. That's going to come in phase 3, which is a long time away. But I am familiar with the housing strategy and the OPA to implement the housing strategy, as I am the one who wrote it. So I can certainly ensure that when we get to the weeds of writing the policies, that we ensure that there is a level of policy in the secondary plan that provides opportunities for the provision of a range and mix of units, and again, addressing that housing target that you have. And we know that target is for 40% of all new units annually to be affordable, either meeting the region's definition of affordable or being rental units that are affordable to rental households. So what we can do when the secondary plan policies are put in place is carry that forward. And then, similar to the last application, what you are able to do is introduce conditions of draft plan approval that would hold the developer to meet those targets.
Okay, thank you. We received 2 letters that are on our agenda, one from Turkstra Mazza regarding the carved out portion when we talked about this last time, and the other one from Gowlings. Could you please comment on those 2, please?
Bless you.
Through the chair, I can comment briefly, but I would defer to staff as I am not as familiar with where things are at in terms of the local adoption and regional approval of that amendment. But what I can say is that what we are showing on our maps is what the province approved in terms of a regional dynamic employment area. And those are the maps that we're showing in here. What I can also say is that this report and background information was prepared with the information that we had to date, and that time would have been in late February, early March of this year. And like I said, planning is dynamic, things are evolving and changing, and we're going to need to continue to monitor and respond to those changes as we move through this process. But anything specific, I would defer to staff to answer.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, could Mr. Bryce please comment on the 2 letters?
Mr. Bryce?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to confirm, official plan amendment number 147, which designated most of the lands north of Rexington Road for employment purposes as well as environmental protection area, but did remove a portion of the land to the east of the lands abutting the west side of Stanley Avenue. That was adopted by council. That has been forwarded to the region for their consideration. The region will need to approve that document. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I understand correctly, we approved it. We sent it to the region for approval. The region can approve or not approve it. But I guess for Ms. Martel's purposes, as long as she understands that we've approved it, that her studies will include that? Is that what's going to happen moving forward?
I can start through the mayor to answer, and then I will have to defer to staff. But right now, you have approved that, but it is not in force and effect. What we can do right now is address what is in force and effect at this time. Once the region's decision on OPA 147 is made, we will need to address that whichever way that decision goes. I'm aware of the carve out, but where we're at in the process right now, legislatively, we can't specifically show that on a map, but certainly can, moving forward until a decision is made, add some asterisks and explanations to what is going on in the process and how we will address it going forward. But I would defer to staff to further clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Murray, I don't have much to add to that. I think Ms. Martel clarified it completely. The document has been adopted. It's not in force. Regional council will need to make a decision on that, whether to approve or not approve. And depending on the decision they make, that may affect our land use strategy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When is the region expected to approve or not approve that? Through to Mr. Bryce.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not have a date when they'll be considering that.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last one is the Gowlings letter, and that's with talking about the PPS. So with the regulations changing, Ms. Martel and her group are still doing the study, so if things change in the meantime, she will adjust that. That's correct?
Yes, through the mayor, we will certainly, what I'll clarify is the PPS right now has been released in draft for comment. Nothing is set in stone, and things continue to evolve, and my understanding is that the province, as of today, is introducing or announcing some additional changes with respect to agricultural policies as well. So while we are working through this process, we're going to have to continue to monitor what is happening with the province and correct course as we go on. That is certainly our intent, and I'm monitoring and following on a regular basis, and I think your planning staff is as well, and we're definitely in communication on that and what next steps may be and what implications could be down the road.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. Regarding SciTech, when I spoke to Ms. Dolch, she said that they are aware, she said that they are aware, and I guess my question is, them being aware is one thing, but what are we doing about SciTech and the 2-kilometer radius? We really need to get this settled, not only for the risk of the residents, but to understand what we can build and what we can't.
Our CEO is going to weigh in on this one.
I'll start. Mr. Bryce can add to it. The 2-kilometer radius is something that's in the official plan, but it was only a settlement. There's other restrictions, frankly less restrictive, that's set out by the provincial standard. So if you're a noxious industry, it's 1,000 meters, not 2,000 meters. So we're taking that based upon the public information that we have that's there. Like I said, that was a settlement. But if we fell back to provincial guidelines, the 2 kilometers wouldn't apply. Actually, it would be a lesser amount. So we're actually exceeding what the provincial standard is with that arc. Thank you. I was looking for the word. I was saying circle, but I meant arc. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess one final.
I was just going to say, Mr. Bryce might add to that a little bit.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. CAO, this development is well removed from SciTech's lands holding. It's several kilometers. It's the other side of the Queen Elizabeth Way.
Okay, one final question for the CAO. How long is the settlement with SciTech? Is it forever? Was there a certain time limit on it?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we're not part of the settlement. That was a settlement between one development and SciTech at an OMB hearing or an OLT hearing. It has no bound. It does not bind anybody else to it. In fact, there was a developer here last month or the month before that frankly was challenging that because there is no evidence presented. So right now we would, under the rules that we have, the province has rules based upon the classification of the industry, and the maximum is, I'm going to get this wrong, is it 1,000? It's 1,000 meters of influence and 300 meter setback. Mr. Bryce will correct me on it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's 300 meters for a Class 3 industry, and it's a 1,000 meter area of influence that is intended to be studied. However, I do add that even with the D6 guidelines, there are policies with respect to the 300 meters where if it's not possible to avoid a sense of use, there's additional study requirements.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you for that. Any other questions of council for Ms. Martel? Okay, so I think we're good. Yeah, we've got one speaker though, so don't go away, Ms. Martel. Mr. Clerk, who do we have?
As the councillor pointed out, there is a submission on the agenda for some written correspondence from Gowling WLG, and we have Mr. John Doherty that will be speaking on behalf of Brian Parker and Daniel Romanko. And I just remind the speaker that he would have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Ms. Doherty, Mr. Doherty, are you there?
Yes, and can you hear me?
Yeah, that's great. We hear you perfectly.
Thank you. And good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. I'm John Doherty of the Gowling Law Firm, and I'm here with my colleague Brian Parker, a land use planner in our firm, and also with Daniel Romanko, a land use planner with the firm Better Neighborhoods, who has been acting on behalf of our clients and pursuing for over a decade a mixed-use development concept for our clients' lands. Our client representative, Jeff Redden, is also present as an observer. We're here with regards to the properties located at 7047 Rexinger Road and 5789 Lions Creek Road, which are within the Grassy Brook secondary plan area. And you will have in front of you my letter of yesterday's date that commented on the Grassy Brook secondary plan. Having only 5 minutes, I will be brief and note that Ms. Martell has indicated the process that we're all involved in is itself a dynamic one. And our request is really reflective of the pending changes that are coming to the PPF. And in our submission, we're asking that you either reject the staff recommendation to proceed full bore ahead with the land use planning phase as currently constructed as outlined by Ms. Martell, or alternatively direct Dylan to consider the proposed PPS changes in their work going forward. So to summarize, Council will be aware, of course, of the changes to the PPS that were released on April 6th, along with the implementation guide, and that addresses employment areas in a significantly different way. And this is all part, of course, of the province's change in housing and focus on housing policy in order to address the housing crisis growth patterns. But until the new PPS is proclaimed, the Grassy Brook employment area that Council is being asked to direct Dylan to consider further and the land use options for are going to be changed. And the new PPS and the new definition and planning act that's contemplated for area of employment will have a substantial change to the planning regime. Under the new PPS and the implementation guide, the boundaries of the areas of employment will have to be redrawn and scoped to only include heavy industrial uses. All other areas of employment, like the emerging Grassy Brook employment area with its intended prestige business uses, such as advanced manufacturing, research and development facilities, or knowledge-based sectors, will all be directed to be planned as mixed-use areas and mandated for Section 2.8.1.3 of the new PPS, and that will include as-of-right permission for residential mixed-use development. Once the policy changes take effect, areas like Grassy Brook that do not meet the new definition of an area of employment, that is, the heavy industry uses, will no longer be subject to the current policy constraints on conversion to permit mixed-use development. Accordingly, the process through which the Stanley Avenue lands adjacent to our client's lands were carved out, facilitating a mixed-use development, will no longer be required on any lands located outside of areas of employment. In policy terms, therefore, a mixed-use development sought by other landowners in the secondary plan area, such as our client, will be fully aligned with the new PPS. In our view, the new draft PPS planning regime necessitates the need for a pause to Dylan's pending land use options until the new provincial direction is proclaimed. For these reasons, that we would urge Council in the public interest to adopt a reasonable approach going forward for the study of land use options for the Grassy Brook employment zone by temporarily suspending this portion of the secondary planning process work until the new PPS is proclaimed, or alternatively directing Dylan to consider the proposed PPS changes in their work going forward. That concludes my submission. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Doherty. Any questions of council for Mr. Doherty? Any comment, Mr. Bryce?
Through you, your worship, and Ms. Martell may have something to add to that. Staff are recommending that Phase 2 proceed at this time. We've got council's assigned significant funds to completing this secondary plan. There is a contract we have with the consultants to adhere to. So we do have a time frame that we do need to meet, and we're not recommending any pause or delay. And as Ms. Martell indicated, that planning it's a dynamic field. Policies are changing all the time. They will factor in changes to the PPS in their study if those changes are adopted. Right now those are out for proposal by the province. The commenting period actually has been extended. We found out today to August of this year. So anticipating that the province will make a decision on those changes August or later of this year.
So not too far off.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ms. Martell, did you want to weigh in on this as well?
Through the mayor, I will just quickly say that Phase 2 is a long phase, and the subwatershed study and archaeological study and cultural heritage evaluation need to occur now during field work, and that informs the development of our conceptual options. So we're certainly not in a position to develop any land use concepts in the near term. That is a bit more of a long-term goal and milestone for our project, and certainly we would need to, like any other planning instrument, conform to or be consistent with the policies that are in effect at that time. So much like everyone else, I will continue to monitor what happens with the new PPS, and once we have a final new PPS legally in force, we will certainly need to consider that. And that may mean changes to our background analysis. We certainly wouldn't go change that report, but on a go-forward basis, we would need to consider that as we develop the policies and the land use plan. But still a very long way off, and we are attuned to the announcements coming down from the province on a regular basis.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we approve council's recommendation to move forward with the next phase, will Gowling's client, Mr. Drebin, lose any rights to do anything or lose any land use for his planning of what he wants to do? Because if we move forward and nothing is going to change for them, Ms. Martell will come back if there's any changes within the provincial guidelines and then tell us that we have to do that. But I guess my question is, if we proceed right now, will Mr. Drebin lose anything if we proceed?
Okay, we'll ask Mr. Bryce. Mr. Bryce?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Council did turn their mind to the designation of Mr. Dorsey's client's lands back when they were considering official plan amendment number 147. OPA 147 was adopted with those lands being industrial, and that's what's being sent to the province. But in the bigger scheme, as noted by Ms. Martell, land use options, that's going to be developed at a later date. They have to do some study work before. They are consulting with the landowners, so I don't believe we are prejudicing Mr. Doherty in any way with going ahead at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Through the mayor, could Mr. Drebin benefit from some of these changes that the province are going to make with the PPS?
Mr. Bryce, are you able to answer
that? Okay, I'll give it a try. The PPS is, and the report that is in front of council a bit later on tonight, it may relax, if it is adopted, it may relax certain requirements in the conversion of employment lands. For instance, it would not require a municipal comprehensive review. However, there is still a needs analysis that would need to be done under the new provincial test. It would need to be demonstrated. There is a need for housing if it's to be converted to residential. The employment needs of the city need to be considered. That's among that, we have to consider whether or not there's enough land being provided for employment, to provide employment for residents. We have to consider, the tax assessment, simply taxes, the assessment collected for employment type uses is greater than residential. So we have to consider the financial impact on the city and ultimately the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up to that. Could the PPS change our OPA 147 that limited the use of their property? Could it change?
Mr. Brace?
Okay, well, to change that, basically council would have to consider another official plan amendment and would need to consider or comply with the tests that are in the PPS. So there would need to be a need demonstrated for the change.
So just because the province could change this PPS, it wouldn't affect the OPA that we did?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of council? Okay, so we're looking for a motion. We've got two recommendations. One, that we receive the phase 1, and secondly, that we direct staff to proceed to phase 2. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. Did you want to speak to it?
I was really impressed with the presentation, and these people are trying to develop the property, and they're taking the right position, and I think this is not a major decision. It's for the carrying on with the information, and it'll all come back to us. So I would move the staff.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the two recommendations in the staff report. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. Okay, so do we need to call Councillor Pietrangelo back into the room? Oh, he's got 8.2 as well, okay. He just went home. Okay. 8.2, update and clarification on bed and breakfast bylaw and short-term rental use. There are two recommendations in the staff report. Looking for a motion to move Mr. Clerk would like to speak.
Just before staff does, or before the mayor accepts a recommendation, we do have one resident that has requested to speak, Ms. Linda Manson. And again, reminder that she would have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Manson, are you there? Is she showing on here? Yep, okay. Ms. Manson, can you hear us?
There, can you hear me now?
Oh, there we are. Yep, we hear you.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So welcome to the meeting. So you've got 5 minutes. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Staff wants you to consider expanding the B&B bylaw to permit a new category, owner-occupied vacation rental units, so tourists can have kitchens and be on their own in accessory dwellings in residential neighborhoods, because that's the trend of the day. Staff's justification for the change is that these self-contained short-term rental units would be just another type of home occupation, similar to B&Bs, and arguably cause less conflict than long-term rentals where the owner is not on the property. Hopefully I can help you see the problems and shortcomings of this idea and convince you to stop it from going any further. It would do nothing to return the 1,300 illegal VRUs to the housing market. Those absentee owners would simply keep on breaking our existing laws and perhaps even try to pretend they live on site to get licensed, or try other bogus ways around the owner-occupied requirement, or urge staff to ask you to remove that roadblock next time. What it would do in one fell swoop is throw housing, hotels, and long-term renters under the bus. Council's introduction of the accessory dwelling bylaw is a natural housing solution in a city with oodles of big homes and huge lots, enabling renters to live in established residential neighborhoods and intergenerational families to live together yet apart, while generating extra income for homeowners. Staff now wants to allow those housing solutions to be rented to tourists. As you, Mr. Mayor, said in a Global News interview just the other day, leaders have to get ahead of the housing situation. So I ask you, councillors, is allowing accessory dwellings to be used for vacation rentals a way to get ahead of the housing shortage crisis? Turning homes into hotels in neighborhoods city-wide is surely not a legacy you would ever want. If owner-occupied VRUs were allowed as of right in residential neighborhoods, all kinds of housing options would be lost. For instance, the other side of owner-occupied duplexes, basement apartments, converted garages, home additions, laneway homes. And tenants would be evicted in the switch to legal VRUs just as they are for illegals. Staff says these units may migrate back to the long-term rental market, but some may never, or only in the off-season. Come summer, evictions again. In short, housing havoc for rental residents. VRUs are currently allowed as of right in tourist commercial zones only, and B&Bs as of right citywide. Adding these owner-occupied VRUs citywide would steer even more tourists away from real hotels. But why would you ever do that? The hotel sector pays, I believe, something like 40% of the municipal tax bill and employs 27,000 people. Council has a responsibility to support that industry, and this idea certainly does not do that. This report admits to less than stellar enforcement. Enforcement that's still complaint-based, by the way, and I wonder why that is. Our bylaws allow action to be taken if unlicensed operations simply advertise, and there's software showing exactly where these lawbreakers are. What else is needed to be proactive? I ask as a matter of public safety, because, and that is my final point, illegal vacation rentals are endangering our neighborhoods. As a friend calls them, class action lawsuits just waiting to happen. Doug Burrell, Executive Director of Niagara Falls Canada Hotel Association, has called on the city to get tougher on this crisis, and we, the people, are concerned. Massive fire and Montreal murders in Fort Erie. Municipalities have a duty to protect residents, and that requires bylaws to be enforced. Enforcement has been a hit and miss about VRUs, and whatever it takes, that needs to change, not the bylaws. This sidetrack idea of a hybrid VRU will only create new problems for all the reasons I've outlined. I urge you to stop it from going any further by rejecting it tonight, so bylaw officers know exactly where you stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Manson. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Manson? Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Manson, you said there were 1,300 illegal VRUs instead of around 1,000 as it stated in the report. What is the difference on that? Where are you getting your figures?
Thanks for noticing that. I'm rounding off the number quoted by Doug Burrell, the 1,284 active vacation rentals, according to a company called AirDNA, which provides research and marketing statistics. Virtually all of those VRUs are illegal and in residential neighborhoods. And they, all of them, hijacked houses from the housing market.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions of council for Ms. Manson? Okay, seeing none, maybe we can get our CAO just to speak about the report. I don't know if you don't mind, just give an overview, and then we'll look for a direction motion from council.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to council. You know, this topic is always, you know, is always somewhat controversial. I think we have progressed pretty significantly in a number of ways on VRUs. I did provide this report and our recommended changes to the Hotel Association staff. and the issue really comes down to balancing property right owners, the rights of property owners with, the rights of neighbors, and looking at where those conflicts arise. But to say that there would be more conflict with an owner-occupied building where you have one complete living suite versus an owner-occupied B&B where multiple individual rooms are rented, it's hard for me to defend that logic that somehow that one use would be more conflicted than another use, and you're limiting the use. And a number of the complaints that we had from homeowners that have this, that are owner-occupied, it is a way for them for affordability. We had an earlier debate here about how do you increase laneway units, how do you increase secondary units. Well, it's hard to go and build a $100,000 secondary unit and then go and rent it for $1,500. The math doesn't work out. So in some of these cases, this could potentially lead to that. We may be in a situation where we're looking for student rental for students coming into the area. And if you think about it, if I built a secondary unit, I could rent it out for the student for the 8-month school year, and then top up my income during vacation, and that allows that person who's maybe making $80,000 a year to be able to afford that house in the secondary unit. Our biggest issue was safety. And you saw what happened in Quebec. The number of the thousand, we can debate what the number is, but if we just say over 1,000 units, the vast majority would not qualify for this because you have to be a legal secondary unit, and then you'd have to be owner occupied. Right now, you can't rent a secondary unit on Vrbo. Most of the rentals are whole home rentals on Airbnb. So this would address a very small category of individuals and a very small category of actual Airbnbs. The vast majority would be illegal currently, and we can enforce on those. Enforcement, as I noted in the report, takes a long time. Even if I did one bylaw officer and it takes them about 40 hours to do a prosecution on this or longer, if you think about it, one bylaw officer can go and address 52 illegal B&Bs in a year. I got 7 bylaw officers in total. They got mental health issues, homelessness issues that they're dealing with, property standard issues. So we need to really focus on the problem ones. B&Bs don't give us problems. Why? Because there's owner occupation. It's disciplined. And we believe the same thing would happen with this. If there was owner occupied and they had a complete rental suite, that we wouldn't have the issues with that. And our hope is, long term, we can create more rental units, laneway units, and that kind of stuff, so that, if this changes or the owners change, they might change the use of it. So the intent is, we believe, a very minor change to address a very small percentage of the population or percentage of the units where the owner is present, has a legal suite, which requires safety, fire safety breaks between the 2 units, requires a whole bunch of other building conditions. But then we know that who's ever staying there, whether they're staying there for a 12-month lease term or they're staying there for a weekend, they're in a safe unit, that the owner's safe, and that it's owner occupied. If there are problems with the Airbnb, well, they're licensed at that point in time, and we can revoke their license. So if there is conflicts with the neighbors, then we can revoke their license. So we do have those tools to make sure that there is compliance with the neighbors, that there is safety there. People who want to do something illegal, you can have all the rules and all the bylaws. They're going to ignore them anyways. That's why they're illegal. So I can't stop people purposely avoiding the rules. What this is trying to do is help the person who's trying to play by the rules accommodate affordability into it, and to create some legal rental units. So like I said, we think this is a very small change to the bylaw. That's why we're bringing it for direction. When council passed the original ruling on VRU, there was comments made around the council table that, if you could still rent out your house, if you're owner occupied. And we wanted to clarify that because the intent was, there was discussion about they can still be B&Bs. Well, the reality is B&B rules don't allow for this type of conversion that easily. So if that was the true intent of council, this is an option for it, we'll bring it back. If that wasn't the intent of council, if they only want B&Bs in residential areas and not legal rental units where it's owner occupied, well then give us the direction now and we'll change that. We just have a hard time explaining to someone why a B&B is an acceptable use, but someone who then rents out a legal secondary unit, same situation, isn't. And we think the minor changes between it should be accommodated because it's in line with the B&B. It's also in line with long-term rental. We think it's a reasonable accommodation. We think the vast majority won't qualify for it, and then we'll still have a problem to tackle, more than 1,000 illegal B&Bs. I've talked to the Hotel Association about this. They understand it's a very small segment. They're trying to go after, those owners who live in Toronto and have 9 homes in Niagara Falls. And they're not present, and, and that's where the focus is. If we're wrong, if staff is wrong, well, then you can grandfather in the few that maybe came through this, and then we can change the licensing later on. If staff's right on this, it won't be an issue, and maybe we're creating some more rental product to go out in the market long term to address the affordability issue. The province has said, as of right, you can build 3 ancillary units on your property today. So if I can get someone to build 3, and maybe they rent 2 out long term and 1 out short term, is that bad? Because the whole business case becomes better. And I think if we can pick up some ancillary units for the housing affordability, it'd be a positive. But before staff goes through this and changes the bylaws, we know that this is controversial, or can be perceived to be controversial. We don't think this change is actually all that controversial, but we know the perception out there can be that. That's why we brought it to the attention of council to clarify it, because we had trouble justifying to certain homeowners why a B&B was allowed with 3 renters and 3 rooms and 3 cars and a driveway, but 1 unit with 1 renter with maybe 1 car and a driveway wasn't going to be allowed. It just seemed to be a bit of a technical glitch in how we are approaching it. Thank you.
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and to add on to the CEO, I just wondered, so if somebody wanted to open up an Airbnb owner occupied, you go to city, what would the process be? An inspection and everything. Just
yeah, they would have to meet the building code requirements for a second living unit. So it requires separate entrance, fire breaks. Sometimes, depending on the build, may require sprinkler, but separate fire system. So fire inspectors inspect it, and building inspects it. So there's 2 inspections that go on to do it. So it's a legal rental unit. So whether I decide to rent it to an individual for 12 months, or I just rent it, occasionally on Airbnb, they have to meet that same building code standard. So it is a separate living unit that someone can live in, would have a kitchen, would have a bathroom, would have a sleeping quarters, and that's that. That's different than, a B&B where you're just renting a bedroom.
And to be the accommodation tax as well, would that?
They would have to pay MAT tax as well.
And they would do that over the year?
We assess them quarterly, I believe, because B&Bs and these we assess kind of quarterly because they don't generate the same number of night stays as the other ones. And at $2 a room, you're only renting out 1 room. Yeah. You're not sending in toonies every week, so.
And how would you guarantee that it's owner occupied?
So enforcement would do no different than today. Like when we go, when we try to go and enforce to see if it is an Airbnb, we would request on licensing, they would have to produce ID, so they would have to have their address on their driver's license, health card, and that kind of stuff to that address. And then if we get a complaint or if they're subject to inspection, if we go and inspect and there's members of the traveling public on site, but the owner's on site, then they're in violation. So that's how it works. It's no different than a B&B currently. B&Bs have the same rules and the same enforcement rules. That we make sure that the owner of a B&B is owner occupied, and we have the right to inspect to make
So
sure.
if there's any complaints that, oh, there was a party there and we
Yep.
tried it, there was no owner there, someone
no
come
there.
in and then they could give them a warning or whatever it may be and take away their license.
Yep.
How's that different from the illegal units now, and how bylaw has trouble finding out whether it's happening or not?
Yeah, so right now, bylaw, you know, if you go on Airbnb or Verbo, it's not like they say it's 5322 X Street of the house. They don't even give exterior shots of the house, right? So bylaw officer now monitors the site. So if there's a complaint, they monitor the site. They look for things like, you know, they look for, you know, various license plates that are different, parking in the area. They will knock on the door and ask questions of the resident there. If they're allowed in, they will compare the interior photos with what's on site. And, you know, so it is a process, even though it's, you know, even though our bylaw makes it easier, it's not like we can just go to the website and say, well, you're listed on this website, because there is no list that says the address. But we try to say this was what we saw, this is the matchup, and you're not a licensed Airbnb, you're operating in the wrong area, and then we'll fine in court. We have been very successful with our court prosecutions under our new bylaw, but it does take investigative time by bylaw officers to be able to gather the evidence to go in front of a judge.
Now, you think if we did implement this new policy, do you think some of these, or a lot of these illegal Airbnbs would come and just say, well, I'm just gonna get my license now because they're gonna allow it in residence, I just have to stay home?
Well, but then they have to be inspected.
Yep.
A lot of these places won't have legal secondary units. And that's the biggest challenge. You have to create a legal rental unit. You know, so that will eliminate a lot of these. Or if they do spend the money to convert to create a legal rental unit, well, then I've now created a legal rental unit, which long-term is good. And B, then they have to prove that, you know, they are owner-occupied. If they try to cheat the system, you know, yes, that may happen, but it's no different than, you know, a B&B operator cheating the system and having a B&B and saying it's owner-occupied and not being there. We have the same issue with B&B. But in the long term, you know, we will create, we hope to create rental units for the rental market at some point in time.
And I know there is, you mentioned, because we were getting the university next year, and we're gonna need a lot of rentals when the university kids start coming. Is there, I know the possibility, because I know at Brock, they rent their rooms, like some are like $650 a room, and they have 4 rooms. And that's for the whole year, but they're only there for 8 months. They rent for the whole year. So you're given a potential, like when those 4 students leave, to basically possibly Airbnb it for the rest of the summer, maybe, while the students are out.
Potentially. So it could increase the affordability for the student themselves, because then they don't have to pay 12 months worth of rent. And then it could increase the affordability for the homeowner because they have another venue to it. And the thing that this is good with is, unlike some student housing situations, and you know, if you talk to the people in Thorold and South St. Catharines, again, they're not, you know, they weren't designed like that. They cram 8 students in, you know, a house, and it's one living space. It's not designed for it. Where a legal rental unit has, you know, separate, you know, there's fire separation, there's appropriate exits and all that from a safety point of view. So we really wanted to tackle this by first starting off with safety. We don't want to see what happened in Montreal happen here. And so we want to create safe units. That's the first thing. We wanted to ensure that there was no owner conflict with neighbors. That's why the owner occupied is critical. And then we want it to be reasonable with homeowners from an affordability point of view. If they own their home, you know, what can they do that's reasonable to make income on their home to make their life more affordable? Well, if you're owner occupied and you provide a safe dwelling, well then why can't you rent it out short term versus long term? We'd let you rent it out for more than 28 days, but why not less than 28 days? And that's really the challenge for council. That's for something for council to decide. Staff was comfortable with saying there's not at this point in time, there's not significant difference to differentiate it. So we, we promote this, and the hope is to create, long-term additional rental, legal, safe rental units for the marketplace.
And I know when you go on Airbnb and you look at places, and a lot of them, golfers or stagettes or stags or whatever, they come down and they'll go to a place where they just get the whole place to themselves. But if somebody wants to be responsible, like a couple, or wants to come down, and they wouldn't care if it was owner occupied, they'd probably prefer it because they know it's going to be in good condition.
Right. And like I said, it's not materially different than what's existing as a B&B today. The only difference really is you have your own kitchen versus a shared kitchen. And so you have your own whole complete living unit, which makes it, appropriate for some.
Thank you. Thank you. We got Councillor Newstag, and then Lococo, and then Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our CAO. Just out of clarification, so people who have bed and breakfast right now, they're legalized. Do they have to have the fire separation if they already adhere to all these requirements?
Through the mayor to the councillor, and if I screw anything up, Chief Zambito's here. B&Bs are different. So because you're renting an individual room, they have to have fire separation between each room. So that's the biggest difference when it comes to fire separation versus two living units. And that's where some of the individuals who tried to move over based upon the bylaw that was created, some of the early adopters who were owner occupied went to say, well, give me a B&B license. And then they ran into issues with, well, you need each room fire separated. But they go, well, we don't rent out rooms individually. We rent the upstairs out on Airbnb. But to qualify, you had to have fire separation between each room, even though they're really just renting to a mom and dad and two kids. It's one family unit. Parking was also an issue because with B&Bs, they consider that, the three guests in each room are all driving three cars arriving at different times, where when you rent out one unit to one tenant, you don't have that situation. So then people who are trying to convert over, they're going to have to get fire separation between all the rooms, increase their driveway, the size of their driveway, even though they may have a 3-car, 4-car driveway. We were telling them, no, that's not good enough for the 2 cars that are there. So that's where these anomalies came in, and that's why we said, well, if we treat it as one unit, essentially just saying it's a B&B with one unit, then a lot of those rules go away. It's still safe, and it meets the safety standards for one unit. But that's why the rules would be very specific. There can only be one booking person into the unit, which is no different than a B&B because one person books per room. Here, it's just the room is a whole living suite, and that's the difference. So the safety is there for the B&Bs. It's just a B&B is considered closer to a hotel for those safety regulations than a rental unit. That's really the difference, because you have different families renting those rooms.
So it's going to make it a lot easier for people who want to have this B&B, if that's the way they want to operate, even though it's going to be called short-term rental.
Short-term.
Okay.
Yeah. Easy on one level. Most people still won't qualify because they won't, they would still have to convert their house in a manner that would be a legal separate living unit. So for some, they still won't do it.
And that's very costly to put fire separation? I don't know what that is.
No, and in fact, the neat thing is, I was talking to some of the builders. There's one builder in Niagara, and you see a trend going on, and we just talked about it here with Empire, where on new build construction, they will offer as an option to the homeowner to build a secondary unit as they're building their unit. So that way it is legal at that point in time, right from the start. And in my old place of employment, they just had a big council debate on one development whether they were going to make the developer include secondary units mandatory on it. That council decided against it because that was, they were trying to force something on a builder, not necessarily on the homeowner. But we think by giving this option, it may spur some people on new builds to consider building a secondary unit as part of it, because the business case makes more sense now. Because as Councillor Coco said, we've been trying all these things, we give all kinds of options, but people don't necessarily take them, sometimes because it just doesn't pencil out. So if we maybe give another option for it to pencil out, we're hoping it does work for some.
I like that. That makes a lot of sense. Just another point, you mentioned that we've been very successful prosecuting people who have these illegal. What does a prosecution look like for people? Is it a fine?
Yeah, we've been getting fines of, several $1,000s per illegal user, and then we're looking at moving to taking away from Part 3 and moving it to an AMPS approach, administrative penalty, monetary penalty approach, where you could fine on a per day basis of operation. So we are starting going down the path where it's thousands of dollars of fines that we would be looking to assess on illegal. So we need that, but for a judge to swing the gavel on that, you do need to have evidence. It's not just, I took it off a website and it's this address. It doesn't work that way.
Well, perhaps if the fines are high enough, then we can employ more bylaw officers so that we can really start to eliminate these 1,300 or 1,000 illegal ones.
Yeah, and we want to be fair to, it's illegal in Niagara Falls because of a municipal rule. It's not a provincially illegal thing. So we are going to start with an education pamphlet. It's going to be mailed out to all homeowners saying these are the new rules, and we have it designed, ready to go. We're waiting for this report to hit the mail because we'll change the website to get the rules more specific. But we want to start off with education because we think that's a fair approach. Not everyone watches council. Not everyone reads bylaws that come out of council, surprisingly. I know that might be shocking for some here. And then we want to educate, and then we want to enforce, because when we want to enforce, I always say you take all the excuses away, because then everyone's going to say, I didn't know, I didn't. So if we do education, advertising, and educate the public, and then give them options if they want to comply, to be able to comply. And we think this is one option for some to be able to comply and provide a safe, safe accommodation, or, like I said, create more potential long-term rental units.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions and then some comments. So the way I understand this report, we would then have two licenses. One would be for a vacation rental unit commercial, and then the other one would be for owner occupied, which would be the old B&B and the old Airbnb VRU. Is that correct?
Mr. CAO?
Yep, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, we would come back. We're debating exactly how we're going to do this and what would be in the licensing and what would be in the bylaw. But on the grand scale of things, yeah, you would have a B&B with potentially an expanded definition of that, and the VRUs, which are in the commercial zoning, would be different because they don't require owner occupied. So whether we treat them all under one bylaw with different licensing requirements, or we have different bylaws for each one, we're sorting those details out. That's why once we have a decision here, we can come back with the new rules.
Okay. Through the mayor to the CAO, you talked in the report about you wanted to confirm whether it was you needed a kitchen or if it was owner occupied. I just want to go on that kitchen comment because we had a report a while ago, SRO, single room occupancy, and the whole idea behind that was that people were living in motels and they didn't have access to a kitchen. So we put together this great plan that required the owner of the hotel to have safe fire issues, electricity, plumbing, a little kitchenette, so people could live in dignity and have a low affordable rent. So I'm trying to link those about what you said about not having a kitchen, and why would that be any different than the SROs that we tried to get away from?
Thank you. Through the now acting mayor to the councillor. What I was saying with the kitchen is for a secondary unit, it must have its own kitchen by definition, and bathroom, and that. A B&B doesn't require each unit to have a kitchen. It's a shared facility, so that's the difference. With the housing or boarding room, or however we're going to determine it, that is really targeted for stays longer than 28 days, and we're going to bring a reconciling bylaw that legal is actually working on to update it. We're looking across the region to bring in a similar bylaw, and we would align we believe we can align these rules with that. So, but the kitchen comment was making it similar to a secondary dwelling unit rental. It requires a kitchen, requires a sleeping area, requires a bathroom area. So slightly different than a boarding house, because boarding houses are targeted at a certain to solve a certain issue. But we want this to be able to be either long-term rental or short-term rental and be aligned with it.
Thank you. I have a few more questions for you. Sure. Through the acting mayor to the CAO, when we talk about owner occupied, what if it was a semi, where the owner lived in one semi and
rents out the other side.
Rents out the other side.
Two different addresses, one at work.
That's
so,
what I thought. Okay,
yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, it's owner occupied. To be clear, it could be I live in a house and I have a secondary laneway unit on my property. That would still qualify as owner occupied, but two separate addresses would not qualify.
Okay, and just a second. I'm all for making more units for our residents. It seems like I kept bringing this up to come up with some sort of solution, and I'm not quite sure if this is the right solution or not. There's a lot of good things in it, but I think there's going to be a lot of bad things in it. We talk about, you mentioned that only a few of the illegal VRUs would fit in this category. So I'm trying to figure out, why would we change everything for a few when some of the negative impacts might be worse? And here's one of the negative impacts. We were talking about students earlier. This was basically happening with the SROs before, would be that the residents were living in a motel, and they would live in a motel, say from September to May, and then they got kicked out because the tourists came, and then they would rent to the tourists, and then they would come back. So if it's long-term, it might work for a student, but I'm wondering for a regular resident who's here all the time, now they have to leave because you're going to rent it out for a higher amount of money. Isn't that going to create sort of some of the same problems that we had with the SROs?
Well, I think it really depends on the length of the term of the lease. So if someone's willing to enter into an 8-month lease because they're only going to be here for 8 months, then they would do that. But if they're long-term tenants, they're not going to enter into an 8-month lease because they would be subject to that, or a 10-month lease, they'd be subject to that. And, you know, on the student thing, you know, I'd prefer them, and maybe the chief can provide a comment. I'd rather see them in an actual separate living unit that was, you know, to code for that, versus, frankly, the situation we have in some of our hotels where the college students are staying. So, you know, I think if this narrows the gap, the reason they're doing that is because we don't have enough rental units, because the rent that's being paid doesn't generate the rate of return people need for that. The reason we'd make the exception to your first part of, because the vast majority will be still illegal, the reason is for that minority that we're trying to address. The ones that have talked to me, and the one that I talked to one of the fire inspectors who ended up spending a long time with one of our residents, they're long-term owners. In some cases, they're seniors or they're young families. And the reason we're doing this is so that they can afford to stay in their house. They need this additional income to stay in the house. So yeah, it's a small portion of the overall population of it, but those are our residents also, who are trying to address their housing affordability by renting this out in a reasonable manner. And that's where, you know, and when the lady asked me, well, why are you okay with a B&B owner, but you're not okay with me? And you'd also be okay, she, you know, pointed out to a house down the street where the owner is not there and they got a crappy tenant in there. And she goes, that's acceptable, a B&B is acceptable, but my place is not acceptable, and I'll have a long-term rental unit. I really didn't have a good answer for her. And because I didn't have a good answer for her, I agreed with her. The person who had a long-term rental and lived in Toronto and the grass was 3 feet high and the place looked like crap, that wasn't good, but we allow it. You know, we'll allow a B&B and we're fine with that. But here we weren't going to allow her to have a rental unit that she was owner occupied. And I didn't have a good answer, and because I didn't have a good answer, I challenged my staff on it. We fought about it. We went back and forth on it. And we thought this was kind of a reasonable accommodation to address that. Is it a lot of people? No, it's not. And that's why I think it's a small accommodation to address that, because I think there's some equity there needs to be some equity in the rules for that.
Okay, thank you. Like you said, and like I said, I think there's a lot of benefits to this, but I see a lot of negative coming out of this. If people in the residential neighborhoods now find out that they can have owner-occupied VRUs, we are now inviting tourists into our whole community in the residential area, compared to before it was just in specific areas.
Yeah, they're there now. Like, so we're going to.
I understand that they're there now.
So we're going to condense that significantly. I think the challenge is not going to be from owner occupied in the residential area, to be frank. I think the challenge is going to be in the areas where it's tourist commercial and it's zoned, and we've seen some of those building developments where we're going to allow 200 units that are all qualified for VRUs. Not all of them are going to sell as VRUs, and you're going to have 40% of those developments with long-term residents who are families here dealing with VRU people, and council approved that. And I think that's where the conflicts are going to happen, because it isn't, and we could sit there and say, well, it's tourist commercial, you should have known, but you know how it works. 10 years later, they're going to say, I bought the house, I live here, my kids go here, and I got to put up with this. And even though it's zoned appropriately, you're going to get the conflicts, and you're going to get that because there won't be that owner-occupied presence, and and our ability to enforce would be a lot less than with owner-occupied. So and when I asked Gerald about where do I get our complaints, the owner-occupied VRUs aren't the ones getting. He gets more complaints for long-term rental, which is completely legal, where the owner's not there or not present in the city. He gets far more complaints on that than he does on owner-occupied VRUs. But I'm not going to go around and crack down on long-term rental units at this point in time. And and that's where from my point of view as staff, I didn't have a good answer. You could live in Toronto and rent out 5 houses and not take care of them long term, and it's legal. But if you're on premise and you don't get complaints, and you want to rent out short term, we're not going to allow it. And I'm not saying it's that's a decision of council. I just didn't have a good answer for it, and sometimes the rule is the rule, and I'm okay with that. I just felt after when council passed it, I wasn't sure if that was council's intent, and that's why I brought it back here, was to clarify council's intent and to make the hard, fast rule. And as staff, we'll enforce the rules as you want them. We just need to make sure that was really the intent of the rule that we were creating.
Okay, thank you. Through the acting mayor to the CAO, you made a comment that they're there now. I feel like we're giving up. I feel like our enforcement is not working. I know our enforcement department works really hard with the tools that they have, but the tools that we have right now are not sufficient. I'll give you a couple of examples. There was a lady who had a VRU. Someone complained about her. She stopped because she follows the law. There's one across the street from her. Enforcement went, told them to shut down. Nope, they don't shut down. The length of time to go to court is close to a year. So now the person across the street is running the VRU, and the person who shut down, that was her form of income. So because she follows the law, she shut down, but the person across the street can still run the VRU, and there's been no fine. And I know you said that we're working towards the penalty system, that we can go per day. But this has been going on for a number of years, and there's so many residents that are so tired of this, and I think we're just giving up because we don't have the enforcement. To say that they're there now, I think we're going to be inviting VRUs into our residential neighborhood, and it's going to be worse. We can't enforce what we have now. I don't know how we're going to enforce it there. Can you confirm about the parking requirements for what you want to implement? What kind of parking does somebody need? Because the way it is for commercial, they need two parking spaces.
So I'll go to the first comment on enforcement. Yeah, we are trying our best. Part of the strategy is to not, if we could say if 5% of those illegal VRUs are owner occupied and they can be licensed and they're safe, then that's 5% less than I have to enforce upon or try to investigate. It is difficult to enforce, I'm not saying that. And I don't think this invites more VRUs in. What I meant was there's already 1,000 operating. I have probably 6 years worth of enforcement work to potentially do. Now, if we do the AMPs and judges start handing out $10,000, $15,000 penalties or $300 a day penalties, you know, maybe we can get quicker compliance on that, but we need to do that. So I agree with you, we need to do more in enforcement. You know, I've asked the Hotel Association to consider, you know, supporting a bylaw officer that would be dedicated to that, because the Hotel Association does benefit if we take, you know, rooms off the market. That would make sense, and we, you know, co-pay for some of that. So we are looking at different strategies. I have bulked up by one additional bylaw officer, you know, to look, and I'm extending it to do that. So we are, you know, we are trying to do it, but, you know, I don't have a department of 13 to crack down on VRUs. With regards to the parking, it would be the same rules as a rental. The parking rules would be the same as if you had a secondary dwelling unit. So it all lines up to be the same as if you're just renting out your, you know, if you had a legal rental unit that, or a secondary unit on site, it's all the same parking rules.
And what number is that?
It's, I'm looking at, it's for, if you have a secondary unit, legal secondary unit, it's it's one spot per unit.
Yes, yeah, through you, Mr. CAO, it's one spot per dwelling unit. For a vacation rental unit, it's 2 spots in tandem.
In tandem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I know I brought this up before during the housing strategy, and I brought it up at council. There's a lot of communities that are participating in house sharing. There was a program in Toronto that house shared with seniors and students. It worked out well. The students were able to help with a lot of the yard work and that sort of thing, pay a little bit of money, and then the seniors were able to stay in their home. I think that type of arrangement can also help with affordable housing and having people stay in their homes. I know that we need to work on something, but I just think that this is the wrong way to go by opening up owner-occupied in all residential areas. So once we vote, I do have another motion that I know the CAO and I talked about before. I'd like to bring up that motion after we're finished.
Okay, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO. To piggyback on, I actually heard different questions, but to piggyback on Councilor Coco. For example, if I complain that I have an illegal VRU in my neighborhood, how does the bylaw officer enter the premises if they don't answer the door? Is nobody there to answer?
Yeah, they don't have any special authority, so they can't.
Right.
They ask, you know, generally what happens is they knock on the door, somebody answers the door, and they can ask questions. If they get invited in, then they can be invited in. But yeah, that's why I said it's not easy to enforce on this. We are taking steps to, you know, we did make the bylaw a little easier, because now our bylaw reads that if you've advertised on Airbnb or Verbal or one of those sites, you're deemed to be renting. The challenge is proving that the advertisement that you see online is the house. We need to make that connection because we don't have a list. So they have to compile evidence that will meet that meets the requirement of the judge to prove that that person was renting on a site and that the zoning doesn't allow for it, and then that's how they get it to be deemed illegal.
Right, then the property rights comes in a play too, right? Because you just can't go in someone's private property.
That's correct,
and
yeah.
enforce that, right?
Yeah.
So I believe that we have to come with some solution instead of just forcing people. We have to come up with a solution, and I was actually against the report when I read it, but the way you explained it, I really agree with what you're suggesting here. Because you know what, hotel can't compare with the illegal VRUs, but when we support owner-occupied short-term rentals, I think we are competing with the VRUs.
Yeah.
Because lots of families who actually want to rent a house to visit, for example, Niagara Falls, everybody can't afford 3 rooms in the hotel rooms. So if they rent owner-occupied VRU, right? So they can afford it, and they want to go in a quiet area where they can enjoy their vacation. Another thing is putting it throughout the city. We are actually spreading it all over the city. So all the, I would say the tourists will spend throughout the city instead of just in tourist area.
Right.
There are restaurants and stores all around the city, so I think everybody will benefit from it than just the tourist area. That's one of the things. So I would actually support this.
Councillor Newsteg and then Strange.
Actually, I just want to highlight something that, through you, Mr. Mayor, our CAO mentioned about housing affordability. This really does answer that question. So many times people talk because of the housing issue. They keep saying we need affordable housing, and what sometimes they're just saying we just need a house that's $200,000, we can afford it, but it's more than that. It's housing affordability, and I think you really highlighted it through this because it will allow people to stay in their home if they can get extra income to really do it. Then we kind of are addressing, I know it's a small percentage, but we are really addressing this whole housing crisis as well through this. So I really support the motion, and I actually want to comment on Councillor Patel, where you're saying that it spreads it across the city. So it's not going to be one particular area if there is any issue. It's going to be all over, and the tourists get to benefit as well, seeing Niagara Falls for what it really is. They get to engage with our communities, as well as they're supporting all our businesses. So I think this is a very good thing for us on many levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just going back to what our CEO said, and just taking care of the house as well. If I had a neighbor, an owner comes in and just rents the house out, and he's not there, and just rents it out to a long-term rental, and they're not taking care of it, the grass isn't cut, they're doing damage to the home, and you can't, they're beside you. And a lot of the times you can't get the tenants out too. You know, if they're on a month-to-month, and then it takes a big process trying to get rid of them. Meanwhile, you might have an owner-occupied VRU. They have to take care of the house. The grass has to be cut because it all goes by comments and stuff on the VRU site to make sure it's positive that people will want to rent it, and they're going to take care of the house. And if something happened that you didn't like them, they're gone the next day. And to Councillor Lococo's point, where the one girl got busted for having an illegal VRU, and the other one did as well, but she kept on going, but this one didn't. Now maybe you're giving a lady who wants to abide by the law, giving her an opportunity to do something legally in the residential area. And I love Councillor Patel, what's spread around the city. You know, we just approved a subdivision right beside the hospital. You know, like imagine you have a sibling or a mother or something out of town that has to go to this hospital and say, oh, we want to rent a room for a few nights just near the hospital where we can be beside our loved one. You know, it's a perfect opportunity that someone can capitalize on both ends. They're near the hospital, plus gives income to the owner. So I think it's a great approach what we're doing with the owner occupied, and I think it'll be good feedback from the residents.
All right, thank you for that. And since we're at the point of making a decision, I do want to point out too, the positive I hear, there's one on my street and I've had no problems at all. As a matter of fact, I met some really interesting people asking, hey, is there a good Mexican restaurant or, you know, whatnot? And people traveling with pets. A lot of people, their pet is part of their family, and most hotel rooms do not allow pets. There are some, but very few, and the rules are very strict. So that's another thing. You know, you got a backyard, they can run around. You know, it's better for your traveling pets. So, okay, we're looking for a motion to move the recommendations. There are 2 recommendations. Motion by Councillor Newsteg, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive the report and direct staff to report back necessary bylaw licensing changes. Okay, so we will call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? 1 opposed. Okay, and Tony wasn't in the room, so, all right, we won't record that. Yes?
Mr. Mayor, can I
Councillor
bring
Coe?
up that other motion that I had, please? I was speaking with the CAO, and we've been talking about obviously Airbnbs. And I'd like to put a motion forward that we prepare a delegation from council to the province. With AMO coming up, it's very timely, regarding Airbnbs and how to make them safe in regards to what Quebec was doing because of the fire and some of the rules that other places are looking at to having changed. So I'd like to put that motion forward that we prepare the delegation to either work with the minister, and the CAO is going to figure out which minister that would be. Mr. CAO, did you figure that out yet?
I have not. It'd be
Okay.
across, it's a few different ministries.
Okay, so whatever ministries, if we could prepare a delegation for AMO.
Well, before we do that, we need to know what we're gonna say at this delegation. We need to agree on our perspective, because I don't know that we agree. You just voted against the motion that we just approved. So what's our position gonna be? I think we need, because we can have a delegation, we don't need to wait for AMO. We can go down there next week to Queen's Park. We're there pretty regularly, but what are we gonna say? What's our, like, don't you think it's a better idea that we come up with our points, whatever those points are, and then we can all agree this is what we stand behind? Because if not, we're just gonna have a conversation with all of our opinions, and I don't think that's gonna go too far.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So maybe, because we can always add a delegation, that's the, AMO's not for quite a while, not till August.
It's August.
Yeah, so maybe we can, just come up with some bullets that we all agree on. Obviously we want people to be safe, like there's a whole number that we don't want parties, we don't want to infringe on neighbors' quiet right of enjoyment of their property. Like there's certain things I think we'd all agree on, but here tonight, we don't all agree on everything. Councilor Strange?
We just set our own delegation for our city and what we want here, and then.
Yeah, but we have to agree what we
No,
want.
exactly,
Yeah.
like make something up, maybe some kind of delegation, but, talk about it and then bring it back to council maybe.
Yeah, I think, not a bad, yes, Councilor Patel?
Yeah, but the way I see it is, no matter how many laws you make, people who are running the illegal VRUs, it doesn't matter to them, right? So we can put whatever we want on the paper, but it's not going to change anything. That's the way I see it. And when we make the laws tougher, we are opening door for the actually very serious issues, right? People will be renting it for cash. They'll be renting back doors, right? And this way, actually, at least from Airbnb website, we can track who's renting the place.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we actually opening door for the more troubles. That's the way I see it. But we can all sit down and talk about it. Yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe, and just throw that out there to Councilor, like maybe if we come up with what, because I've been part of a lot of these delegations, they like a real simple one pager, what are you asking for? What do you want? Because you got your 15-minute window, and 10 minutes in, they're knocking on the door.
You bring up a great point, Mr. Mayor. Maybe if I could ask the CAO, when we had our conversation about doing this, what did you see as the delegation? I know we talked about safety, we talked about the province of Quebec. You had to go to the province to get a license, and that's how the province was able to have Airbnb shut them down. We have had no luck with Airbnb or verbal of shutting them down with those companies, so maybe you could expand on that?
Sure, through the mayor to the councilor, the discussion was with regards to enforcement, and one of the tools of enforcement is we require people to get licensed, but we don't have a list of who Airbnb or Vrbo or any of these agencies, what are their properties, and there's no requirement for them to confirm that they are licensed. So Quebec has come in and essentially said, if you don't get a license from us, you're not allowed to use them on their site, so it's more on the enforcement side or the disclosure of what units are being rented in the province. And that goes back to the safety factor. If we knew which ones were being rented, it's easier for us to A, ensure that they're licensed, and B, ensure they're inspected. So it was really around the licensing. Because as I said, if I have one bylaw officer dedicated, he might be able to get through 50 files a year. Can't get through 1,000. So if Airbnb and Vrbo were required to either confirm that those people had a license, because we gave them our list of who was licensed, or vice versa, they gave us a list of who was renting in Niagara Falls, the locations, we can compare that to our licensing, and then it makes our job to enforce easier, and it makes our job to ensure that the locations are safe and compliant. So it was really more around having Airbnb and those agencies ensure that they're only posting on their sites that have been received the license from the city of Niagara Falls. And it's appropriately zoned.
Through the mayor, if you go on Airbnb and you're going to list something, you actually check off a box that you have checked with your municipality that it is in the proper zoning, that you are allowed to do it. So technically they are presenting false evidence that they haven't. So I know I spoke with Mr. Spencer and our CAO about this, and they have tried working with Airbnb and Verbo and nothing happened. So one day I called Airbnb and I told them what I was trying to accomplish, and the gentleman told me how to do it. So I gave that information to Mr. Spencer. He tried it and the person wouldn't do it. So there is no consistent, but obviously the province of Quebec was able to do that through licensing. So I don't know how my intention is to figure out some sort of solution for enforcement, and what can we do with Airbnb and Verbo and our city licensing. So I'm open to suggestions, and
Maybe we should, that's a good idea. If Quebec's got some good ideas, then maybe if we could find which ministry and how they did it.
Right.
Maybe that's where, and then we can come up like that. Maybe I think that's we're onto something that makes a little more sense. I don't know, maybe we can do a little bit of research, and then on the 20th or whenever our next meeting is, maybe then we
staff
can
can bring back a report then?
bring something back?
Gerald's gone for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay.
That would be great, because once that fire, the province of Quebec was able to just shut them down. They worked with Airbnb and Verbo, and for whatever they did, it worked. And I would like to see us to
Yeah,
work on
I
that.
agree.
Instead of only doing 50 a year per officer, if we can shut the ones down that are illegal, unsafe, let's do that. And for the ones that we have that are legal, let them be.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We should bring Vic back too, eh? Oh, what's that? Oh, well, yeah, we already approved the thing. Unless he's got another conflict.
So would that be a motion or just a direction to staff?
Jay?
Just directions.
Direction to staff, appreciated, thank you.
Oh, he's having a party in there? It's too cold in here. My God, probably Tony's freezing. You guys cold? I know, it's freezing over here too. No, I didn't. That's why I had to go to the bathroom. I was freezing. I was like, get a coat. Others wrapped up in their sweater. Welcome back. Okay, we are on 8.3, Hospice Development Ad Hoc Committee. There's a recommendation that we appoint myself and one counselor, Counselor Newesteg. Oh, you're gonna make the motion?
I am, but I also want to thank both you and Councillor Pietrangelo for the insight in initiating this, having a hospice in Niagara. Not only do I work with families that have experienced hospice, my sister was fortunate enough to, I shouldn't say fortunate, be able to utilize hospice in her final days. Hospice plays a great role, and we only have it for the Niagara region right now. I know there are more coming. A 10-bed hospice facility in St. Catharines. So having one in Niagara Falls, I can't applaud you enough for your forethought to doing this. It's really good. As a community, we have so many great things. We have arenas and skate parks and swimming pools and Bain Center, all these things, but missing a hospice is so vital to us having, like, that's, I think, the final piece of having our community. So I support it 100%. And as you get the committee going, I know Councillor Campbell as well, did that for you. Campbell, as well as myself, would love to be part of it. But thank you again.
Oh, that'd be great. So are you gonna make that motion
Yes,
then?
yeah.
Okay.
Motion.
By Councillor Newesteg, seconded by Councillor Strange, so that as kind of unwritten and written through the report, that Councillor Pietrangelo and myself be on this initial committee. You want to speak to it, Councillor?
Your Worship, I just want to thank Council for the support. I know this is an initiative that everyone's going to get affected by, and that everyone wants to get involved in. And the reports are gonna come back to council. Council's gonna make the final decisions. I know Councilor Newesteg would be a great asset to it. Councilor Campbell wants to get involved. Councilor Baldinelli and I just had a discussion in the back room, your worship, and, you know, he was explaining to me how they do it over in Europe, and they allow, you know, both the husband and the wife to be together in the same room, you know, so that they're not apart at any point. So I'm sure all the council is gonna have some great input into it, and I appreciate the support.
Great. Okay, so yes, Councilor Coco? Oh, did you want to speak or you're voted? Okay, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great idea and it's definitely needed in our area. I just had a couple questions. How does Hospice Niagara fit into this? Because my understanding is Hospice Niagara decide what areas to go and they sort of run the program. How will Hospice Niagara be involved in what we're trying to do?
Well, maybe we'll get the CAO to weigh in if they end up being involved, yet to be determined.
Full disclosure, I was the capital campaign chair for the Stabler Center and longtime board member for Hospice Niagara, but the ministry actually decides that, and the ministry tends to have an operator for a region. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way, though. We did issue an RFI for both a request for information for both operators and potential site locations. There was 2 potential operators that came forward, but really it's a ministry decision. You have to be, for the ministry to fund, they have to accept the operator. I think how that structure would work, quite frankly, is one of the roles of the committee and how much the city wants to be involved in the hospice. That would be something for the decision, you know, making going forward and how that relationship would be determined. From my past experience with Hospice Niagara, when we created the first hospice in St. Catharines, it was on the Lynnhaven property. We had a lease of land from the region. Hospice Niagara itself raised all the funds and built the building on the leased land. So they own that building on leased land. This arrangement here could be different. So I think it would be prescribed based upon the committee's work and how the city of Niagara Falls wants to structure that relationship.
Okay, thank you. I guess my next question, you mentioned fundraising. Hospice and our residents are part of our mandate, but healthcare usually isn't. So I'm trying to determine how much time it will take from council to, you know, it's one thing to put a report together and look for a piece of property. Would we be responsible for the fundraising in comparison to when you were on the committee with Hospice Niagara? They have their own fundraising avenues. How much council time, not that I'm not saying it's not important, it's just we do have other mandates and priorities. How much of council's time will this take?
Thank you. Through the mayor.
What about the hospital, that they got the funding? Would there be money for the hospice?
Possibly, yep.
Possibly. I think those questions, Councilor Coco, are why they're setting up these committees, and I think those have to be addressed. I think the city can decide to play as big of a role or as little a role possible. I think the reality was there was a vacuum here. There was no one addressing those questions. Council, decided to take this on. Staff wrote the report to get further clarification, and to see, and to essentially address those questions. That's why we're going to set up the initial meeting and then set up some committees to address those questions. It'll be up to council to decide how much they want to be involved in it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did we vote yet or no? No, we call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Excuse me. 8.4, 2023 property tax rates. Just looking for recommendation of council approve. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. You'd like to speak to this, Councillor Lococo?
I just have one question. The transit is 14.5 million. What was the cost of transit when we had it? Because I've seen a few numbers and I think the cost of transit has increased now at the region compared to when we ran it. Is that accurate?
Ms. Clark?
through the mayor. The cost on our budget was about 8.2 million, and then on the region side, they did funding of about, I think it was 3.5 million for the intermunicipal transit. So added together, and that's roughly like 11-12 million. So it is a little bit higher cost. They've built in a lot of their capital contributions into their budget, whereas we would have had that separately in our capital budget.
So for the average taxpayer here in Niagara Falls, they're paying more for transit than it was amalgamated. Is that a correct statement, no matter how they broke it down?
Is it a complicated answer?
I'll start. I think, I think at the end of the day, the region set certain rules, including asset replacement. They set certain rules on what they would use gas tax revenue for and how we chose to use gas tax revenue. And they set certain service level standards. By the upload, they had to maintain at a minimum our service level standards. So, the question of are we paying more, the superficial answer would be yes. On our budget, it was 11 million bucks and now it's 14 million bucks. But I think the real answer is over a 20-year period, we would have had some spikes up and down in our capital budget where their budget might be a little bit smoother. So I think it's too early to tell long-term whether it's more, but definitely year one, if you just looked at year one, it was more on the budget than what we had.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I get a motion? Did we already get the motion? We already did. Okay, we'll call the vote on approving the property tax. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that, for the property tax rate. Next, 8.5 is final tax notice due dates for residential, pipeline, farmland, and managed forest assessment classes. Moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, that is approved. 8.6, FH Leslie Playground Replacement, Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 8.7, Children's Memorial Walkway Memorial Bench Program. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Patel, Councillor Newestag, and then Lococo, and then Pietrangelo.
I just wanted to make a comment about the pricing of the benches. They look absolutely beautiful from the design, and I was just wondering if it's possible that we could, instead of $5,000 per bench, because not every family can afford that, if we could, even those beautiful emblems of the butterflies, if we could break down a bench so 3 families could afford it, or so we're selling the butterfly with the child's name inscribed in it, just so it would be more affordable and inclusive to everybody. Just.
CAO?
Through the chair, we, and Kent may have other answers, there's other offerings that are being put on there too. So the benches are one option, then there will be butterfly options and other options. They're at different price points. So I think they want to keep a bench at a certain level and a butterfly and some of the other items at different levels for support.
So are these butterflies part of that bench? So you buy either a bench or the butterfly?
I believe they're separate. I'm looking at who is in charge of that one. I think it's Eric mostly.
Through the mayor, there's options for additional butterflies, I guess, is what can be bought. They can be bought separately, including plaques and stuff like that.
To go on the same bench, or we're just selling benches at $5,000?
Do we need to come back with more information?
Yeah, we'll provide some additional information back to the councillor. My understanding originally was the benches were one item for sponsorship. So if a family bought the bench, then that was the one level of sponsorship or corporate sponsorship. And then there would be other types of plaques and other types of things in the garden that you could also sponsor at different levels. But we'll confirm it.
Okay, can I also perhaps add that they could maybe we can have some benches where they have an individual butterfly, because a family could sit where that butterfly is. It might help them with their grieving process as well at their child.
Okay.
Anyway, just a thought.
That's good. It's so affordable because not
and
everyone
to
can
that
afford
point,
that.
so say a couple families know each other, and because of what happened to their child or whatever, they bought a bench together,
Right.
and they had 3 butterflies on a bench, then they could kind of split the cost. I think that's maybe what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
It's not about selling benches, it's about, right, memorial grieving, yeah. Okay, that's great, and I'm sorry, who else did Councilor Pietrangelo? Oh, and Lococo and Lapierre, sorry, okay.
I was, through the mayor, I was going to go exactly with what Councillor Newestig. A lot of people can't afford the $5,000, so I'd like to see different pricings and different options. Same idea.
Yep, definitely. Councilor P?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple questions. As you know, there's a group of residents that meet. They really want to see this go forward. They had some questions just in regards to the opening. Are we doing July 1? Are we doing July 16? Have staff made a decision? I think they're open to, you know, the July 1 date, provided that, you know, there's another ceremony, July 16th. I believe, I thought was the original date. So if we are moving it to July 1st, I think they're okay with that, but they also would like something smaller on July 16th. And I see Ms. Moldenhauer. Oh, she's saving you.
Ms. Moldenhauer, yeah.
Thank you, and through to the mayor. At a past council meeting when we discussed having Canada Day at Fireman's Park, I know there was a mention of having the opening at Canada Day. So that's why we have been talking about having it on Canada Day, but we are totally flexible, and we're also willing to have it July 16th, because I know staff are aware there is a family that's not available on July 1st. So right now we're just looking for direction. And once we have that direction, then we can plan the event.
That's great. I mean, is it possible to have, you know, the big one on Canada Day and then a smaller one on July 16th?
Yes.
I think they would be very amenable to that, because again, we're not going to get a better audience than on Canada Day. It's a great day to unveil, you know, the new memorial park to whoever comes to Fireman's Park. I think it would be a great idea. So if we can have the two dates, that would be ideal. So.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I don't know the families like you guys know better. Do they want it to be a bigger event, or do they more intimate? Do they have a preference?
Well, I think when we brought up the July 1st, they didn't want all these people there and want it more intimate.
Yeah.
But I asked them, I said, listen, you're not going to get a better audience than kind of maybe doing that as like an opening, and then maybe on the 16th more kind of an intimate with family and friends and like that. Because how's everyone going to know about it unless we have a lot of people? And that's the way we thought with the July 1st. I think the family wanted it more kind of intimate, but I think we're in agreement to have kind of both.
Okay.
And we've been running past there, and the workers have been constantly getting it ready, so kudos to everyone. Like, it looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay, so we're good for the two dates then? July 1st, July 16th?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We're fine with the dates, and staff will follow up.
Okay. Second question then, Your Worship. As Councillor Strange said, every day there's different plants and items being added there. So who's going to maintain that? Do our city forces, are they going to go out and maintain that? Do we have a contractor coming in to look after the plants? Is it the SCVFA that's going to look after that? That was one of the other questions.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we know that yet, or? Right, that's right. Okay, so did we vote already? No. We didn't? No. We got the motion in the second? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you for that. Excuse me. 8.8, the extension of St. Thomas More draft plan of subdivision, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Newestag. Do you have a question? No? All those in favor? You're just a keener. She had her hand out. She's ready to go. 8.9, 2023 provincial planning statement, Councillor Strange, and then Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at a lot of this in the report here and the provincial planning statement, and I see a lot with obviously the growth in Ontario and, you know, having more units. There's one part there which I'm kind of not in agreement, is permitting more housing in agricultural areas. I don't mind that they have, it says the new proposed 2023 provincial policy statement is allowing up to 3 residences on a farmer's existing farm property, which I'm okay with, and up to 2 additional units on one farm parcel that would be subordinate to the principal dwelling. this is where I come into hesitancy. As well, the new 2023 PPS will allow 3 additional residencies per farm property via the creation of 3 new non-farm residential lots subject to minimum distance separation requirements. And so, to my understanding, they're going to allow a farmer who, you know, might have passed or whatever happened, the family takes over. Now they can divide that farm into 3 new non-farm residential lots, you know, and in our a rural area, we obviously have a lack of farms, I would say, and we want to keep them. You know, especially you see the food costs, everything going up. We want to keep everything obviously local. I just don't agree with splitting up something and not keeping it farming. So they're looking at, like say if it was a 50-acre farm, they want to chop it into 3 and just turn them into residential parcels. I don't know what the rest of council thinks, but I just think it's wrong to do this, especially you know, with the farming, with the cost of vegetables and fruits and everything like that, and we need as much local vegetables and fruits as we can.
Okay, so are you making some kind of direction? So
I would like to remove that if we can, make a motion to remove that. And did you say so? Or for comments?
So this is just council to receive, but you'd like to send back a comment, or you're suggesting a comment that will...
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think, you know, Niagara Falls, especially just the last part, I don't mind the 3 residents per farmer.
So can you just help us just be a bit more, like the last part, where exactly, what page?
So that was on page 4 of 6.
4 of 6, yes.
Yeah, so on page 4, it just says, permitting more housing in agricultural areas.
Okay, so about what sense, just so I know where...
Okay, Ruth Ann just said Ford got rid of it today. I wasn't aware of this, but... Okay.
So he's not letting farmers, yeah.
So he's not doing it?
No, he's not.
Okay.
That's one thing he heard, so that's off the table.
Oh, good.
Well, as long as we know that it's not there, then.
Mr. Mayor?
But he just happened today, he got rid of it.
I got you. Well, not yet, you're next.
Response to this.
Okay, let him just finish with, okay.
Okay, I would just like to just say we're opposed to this. Niagara Falls City Council is opposed to this.
Okay, well, so we'll come back, I'll come back to you for that, okay? So you're supportive of the change, is what you're saying?
Except for that.
Okay.
So I spoke to Mr. Dick today, who wrote the report, and he did say that the government is pulling that back because they're getting a lot of negative reaction from the agricultural community. So that is off of the table for right now. And what was actually happening was people had 100-acre parcels, and the minimum was 8 acres. So they would take that 100 acres and divide them all up into 8 acres, and then take that 8 acres and then divide it into 3. And then from the 3, you could put 2 more each, so you could have 3 on 1, 3 on 1, 3 on 1. So for each 8-acre parcel, you would have 9 dwellings on farm agricultural land. So that's what was happening, and now it's been stopped. So I did speak to Mr. Dick about that.
So maybe do we send in our support for that decision? I don't know. Well, you can decide how you want to do that. Okay.
I had more comments if...
Sure,
okay,
yep.
Great, thank you. I really liked Mr. Dick's first comment about the fundamental aspect of sound growth management comes to an end. I thought this was very, very powerful. I have many issues with this whole policy statement. Mr. Dick also said that the growth plan that they want to remove mitigated the risks before. Now they want to remove the growth plan. So this is it also provided for the integration of land use, planning, municipal servicing, transportation supported by a fiscal model. That's all going out the window. He also said that we need to be financially responsible to minimize the cost of the taxpayers. So I believe that we need to express our concerns, and I know our staff are writing, and it's now been extended to August 6th, and that's what Mr. Bryce was saying. So it's not June 6th now, it's August 6th?
August 4th.
August 4th. So it's August 4th instead of June 6th. So between our staff to get their comments, and I would encourage council to do the same with like what Mr. Councillor Strange was talking about. So I'm just going to talk about a couple of things that I have some issues with. I think we're completely pointed in the wrong direction with the planning. There's a huge misconception. We are not short of land. We're blaming the changes, well, actually, Premier Ford is blaming the changes on red tape and NIMBYism. We're stripping away our ability to use land use and planning and environmental within our planning. There was more land added last fall to the housing, to the stock, and we have a lot of housing that's already planned in the province. The region has been removed from coordination and will now be the city's responsibility. We should be saving farmland, and that was my comment right there about about dividing into three, and I told you about the 100-acre parcel. We shouldn't be directing our new population to rural farmland. We should be directing our population to the city and the built-up services. It's bad for fiscal point of view. It's bad for climate point of view. That would be more driving, more concrete. We're trying to reduce emissions. I think we're going the wrong way. We should look at infill developments, more affordable housing options. Most of what I see coming to council is not, except for the one that we had today. We need to promote the accessory dwelling units. We've been talking about that quite extensively today. We don't have to go high to build or sprawl. I believe it was a mistake to expand our urban boundaries. They say that affordable housing is to serve up to 60% of our population. 60% of our population, that's the majority of our population, not just in Niagara Falls, in general. Remember that almost 50% of Niagara Falls households make less than $60,000, and we need to look at what we're building. Almost none of what we've built so far is for the average resident. So I would like some of those comments to go into the comments to the province.
So I don't know how we go about doing this, Mr. CEO, if you have any suggestions, because we can be here for another 2 hours debating this one issue. Maybe the best thing, I don't know your thoughts, if you send in your comments, we can all jump on an email chain and see where we have some agreement, because I agree with some of your comments I don't agree with. So, I mean, to create one common letter that we all agree with, it's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think.
Maybe you refer to Mr. Brace now.
Mr. Brace? Yeah, take your minute, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting, I know you said that it would be really difficult to get this. I think this is going to be one of the most important decisions that we make, and if we don't comment, I think we're going to go in different directions. So even if we get some comments from everybody, I think it would be well worth the time to do it.
No, I agree with you. It's not the first time we've dealt with this. We've already dealt with this several times at this council, dealing with this bill. And, part of the challenge is if we're going to bring in 500,000 new immigrants to this country, we need housing. And infill is one way to do it, and expanding urban boundaries is another. And you can't, you do have to go up. If you don't go up, like they're doing in St. Catharines downtown, they can't go out because they've literally run out of room. And they're infilling and they're going up. That is their choice. So we do have room for urban boundary expansion. So that's one of our options. And with all these new Canadians, they need housing. And right now, around 50% of people rent. So it's becoming more expensive even to rent. Never mind, before people did that because it was the least expensive option. And today, rent is oftentimes more than a mortgage payment. You're paying $2,500, $3,500 a month, and not for fancy, nice places. Like it's become very, I'll tell you, I don't know the answer. I know it's supply and demand. I know we need more supply. That I 100% know. Just the question is how we get there and where we do it. So you had a chance to caucus with Mr. Bryce and you came up with something?
Through the mayor to council, we weren't planning on providing comments to the province. This was information to council. So council would have a few choices. They can agree to have one letter, which I think would enter into a long debate. Or my suggestion is individual councillors, this is a comment period, individual councillors are free to provide comment to the province directly. That was kind of our approach. We were providing the background information. We weren't looking for a council resolution. But if individual councillors wanted to provide comment, that's why it's open for comment. Everyone's entitled to do that, and then you don't have to get to a consensus.
So everyone can individually comment?
Everyone
on
can
this?
individually comment directly to the province, and we could have our staff send out the email to where the comments go to, and circulate to all the council, and then you can send that out. Because that way it's not a council direction, it's not a staff recommendation, it's just individual comment.
How do you feel about that? That good?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Patel.
For example, every councillor sends a comments of their own, right? So how does that decide the position of the city? Like, for example, everybody else agrees with this report and a couple of councillors do not agree with the report. So how do we decide where a city stands, which position we take?
It doesn't bind the city, it's just a comment from a councillor. So there would be no official city position. If you wanted to take an official city position, you'd have to debate a specific letter. That's why staff just provides the background to it. And this is a fluid document, and what they put out as a proposal doesn't always happen, right? So they take comments in, and then, and as you heard today, they made a change on the fly before even the comment period was done. So council has two choices. They can provide an official opinion. You can provide an official opinion on one subject if you wanted to, or you can just provide comment to the province individually, and that does not bind the city at all. Just because one councillor says they agreed to something, another councillor says they agreed to something different, doesn't bind us at all. It doesn't put anything onto the city of Niagara Falls.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so where are we now? We just have to receive for information, Mr. Clerk?
I think based on that discussion, I would suggest that even Councillor Strange's comments be submitted on his own, unless council is all in agreement to what he has proposed. Otherwise, just a mover and a seconder to receive the report.
Yeah, okay. Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so we're going to receive. Do we need to call people back in here now again? I don't know who has conflicts on
Who has conflicts? Let me guess.
Does he have another one on another thing? That's it now? Okay. Okay. So what are we on now? 9? No. Oh, consent? No.
8.10.
Oh, 8.10. 8.10, 8.10. Yeah. Okay, I just called him in. Okay, looking for a motion for 8.10. The council exempt the condominium description from approvals required. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Consent agenda, what's the will of council? Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that we move the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. So, 10, communications and comments by the city clerk. Excuse me. The clerk has a recommendation that we approve and support 10.1 through 10.4. Through 10.4. Is that your motion, Councillor Thompson? Okay, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And I'll just quickly say what they are. 10.1, flag raising for Nikola Tesla Day, July the 6th. Proclamation request Niagara Gives Day, June the 15th. Proclamation request Trailer Park Boys Day be June the 9th. And 10.4, opioid crisis in communities and municipalities. Recommendation that we support the request for OHIP coverage for chronic pain treatment. So we approve those. Now we go to 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. A recommendation by our clerk that we receive and file 11.1 through 11.6. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Newestag. 11.1 through 11.6. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So we jump ahead to 11 up to 12. Communications and comments of the city clerk. Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, with a conflict for Councillor Strange for 12.1 noise bylaw for the annual Heaters Heroes Run for Children. And conflict for Councillor Baldinelli as well. Any comments to this one then? Okay, all those in favor? Approved, thank you. 12.2, resolution City of Welland homelessness. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel, that we move the recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Item 12.3, memo from City Clerk, matters arising from Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Recommendation that we refer the matter to staff. Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you. I will second the motion. I think that the recommendation should go to staff for some information. I wholeheartedly agree that we should be doing, as non-Indigenous people, that we should be doing a land acknowledgement. We're doing the education piece from Indigenous to non-Indigenous, and that's great. I had an opportunity to speak to Brian Kahn when I was at some library trustee training, and there was whole sections on acknowledgement, truth and reconciliation, and after we talked about it, I went and talked to Mr. Kahn after, and I asked him what his thoughts on our acknowledgement statement were, and he was really happy that I went and spoke to him, because it's really bothered me that we are not acknowledging the Indigenous people. So I'm really happy it's on.
I don't agree. We're not. What do you mean we're not in? That's not true. We are acknowledging.
A land acknowledgement is quite different.
It's not that different, actually. I did this in consultation with the Indigenous.
Yes,
well, I
I
didn't pull this
understand.
out of the air. It wasn't me.
I understand there's
Yeah.
differences of opinion.
I just take
and right
exception
now-
to your comment because
Okay, well,
I don't agree.
In my opinion, non-Indigenous people are not acknowledging Indigenous people in the way that Indigenous people would like to be acknowledged, so I'm really happy to see that it's on the agenda. Mr. Kahn took it to the Diversity and Inclusion, and they agreed, and now that's why it's there. So I'm in support of that, and everybody has different ways of looking at it, and I think that we can do more. What we're doing is not bad, it's not the wrong thing, but we should be doing more.
And I agree, and I think what we're doing is good, and I did it in consultation with Indigenous leaders, and as a matter of fact, I did speak with Chief Stacy Laforme, Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, about what we're doing, and we're getting advice from him. He's very immersed in this, and he's involved. He advises a lot of people at federal, provincial, and other government levels, so he's been my resource. And I've already reached out to him, had a lot of input from him, so he's going to be very helpful in helping us drive this forward. So appreciate what was brought forward. I think we're doing a lot, and also we've consulted with a number of other municipalities. We're going to find the Made Niagara Falls solution, in my opinion, and we don't need to follow anybody. We can be unique. And the fact that we do the videos, we've got a lot of positive from people that we do it like that. And part of the other concern is a lot of places that do a standard stock boilerplate land acknowledgement, people don't even pay attention. They just say it, and other people are doing other things. And I won't allow that to happen. That's why whatever we do here, I'm going to bring forward something with staff that's going to be made in Niagara Falls, that's going to be respectful, educational, and it's going to be endorsed by Indigenous, because we don't want it to be that, because that defeats the purpose. And if people aren't paying attention, then you're not moving the needle. You know, you need to move the needle. Yes.
Exactly, and I didn't talk about what kind of statement. There was a whole educational piece of what kinds of statements, and it shouldn't just be the statement that everybody's reading. There should be thought into it. There should be looking forward to the future, acknowledging the people that are here now, not just from before. So there's a lot of information. I would also like to suggest that you said that you're consulting with Chief Laforme, if we can have some of our local leaders included in that consultation. It's great to have others, but I really do think that we should have some local leaders as well.
This is part of his area as well.
Some of our local leaders would be appreciated.
Yeah, and I meet regularly with the Dockstadders and a number of others as well, so I do make sure, and Jackie Labonte, and there's a number of other Métis that I meet with and talk with as well. So I do meet with all the locals.
As long as we're looking at different perspectives, that would be great.
We do. Thank you. Okay, so recommendation, it's seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Thank you for that. 12.4, Niagara Falls Supper Market, request being made that it be a special occasion permit being allowed because it's an event of significance. Moved by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. In camera, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just to close the loop on the resolution that was passed earlier for council going in camera. council met to discuss the security of municipal property pertaining to road closures, and it was just moments ago that on the consent agenda, council has approved expenditures for this cause, as well as providing staff direction. Therefore, there is no in-camera items to further ratify.
Okay, motion to, so is there any, nothing, we don't even need a motion, okay. Notice of motion. Councilor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the past 10 years, I've listened to residents express their concerns about the at-large system. In April, I hosted a discussion with Professor Emeritus David Siegel of Brock University. He outlined the advantages and disadvantages of the at-large system and the ward system. The session was well attended and had hundreds of views on social media. Regions are required to review their electoral system every 2 to 3 elections. I believe that it's time for Niagara Falls to review our electoral system. The population of Niagara Falls is almost 100,000. Generally, at-large systems are for smaller municipalities, and Niagara Falls is currently the largest municipality in Ontario with an at-large system. I'm aware that Premier Ford is currently talking about a review of the Niagara region, and even possibly with even in the last couple of days, more information of Niagara Falls and St. Catharines dissolving from the region. We do not know how long this is going to take, or even if it's ever going to happen, as there have been discussions for decades. What better time for us and our residents to review our our existing electoral system? You may ask why now? In order to prepare for processes and get everything in place for the 2026 election, we need to start now. And even if we do dissolve from the region, then you will know what our residents want, a ward or at-large system. So my notice of motion is that the City of Niagara Falls, and I will forward this to the clerk, that the City of Niagara Falls initiate a timeline of a process to review the electoral system, ward, at-large, etc., review the current population of Niagara Falls and the expected growth and in what areas of the city, have numerous public consultations in person and through surveys, promote consultation and surveys through in-person, social media channels, website, newspapers, etc., and create an ad hoc committee and appoint myself as chair. So this motion I will be bringing to the June 21st council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And then I have one piece of new business.
Okay.
Do you want me to
Any
do that
other-
now?
Pardon me? Well, any other motions of, notice of motion? No? Okay, so you might as well jump in. We'll jump right into new business.
Okay, thank you. A resident contacted me and said they never know what's on our agenda, and I thought, our agenda goes up ahead of time, and some people look at it and some people don't. We send out emails after our council meetings, and we let people know what we approved, what we didn't approve. There's the video that you can watch, but there's never anything before. So I'm wondering, through our communications department, if once our agenda is posted, could we not put some sort of listing about these are the topics that we're going to be talking about at our council meeting, just to promote our council meeting? I think we'll get a lot more people interested, knowing what the topics are, might listen, might come here. We do it after the fact, but just not before.
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, we can certainly take a look at that. We can, we do put out the public notice, and maybe it's just a matter of on social media pointing to the fact that the public notice is out. So something we can take a look at.
I just think it would get more people interested, because a lot of times they don't know what topics, and quite honestly, when you go to our website to look at our agenda, it is very cumbersome. We have our nice iPad, our agenda notes, that it's really easy, but if you go to our website and try to look up the agenda, it's very cumbersome. And I know we're improving our website in the near future, but I just thought it would be good to promote.
Anything that gets more engagement is a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, any other new business from council? Wait a minute, I thought there were some hands that were earlier. No new business? Motion for adjournment? The end. Seconded by Councilor Patel? No, wait, hold on, we didn't do the bylaws. Close call.
Had a meeting at the Hydro in Smithville at 9:30 this morning.
It's a long day. Well, hang on, we gotta do the bylaw. Mr. Clerk?
I just want to point out that staff is requesting pulling bylaw number 2023-55. This will come back to council at a later date, so we would we'll keep the numbering of the bylaws the same, just not approving 2023-55.
Motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Campbell, to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, less 2023-55. All those in favor? Okay. And now motion to go to the end. Motion by Councillor Thompson, that'd be the end. Second by Councillor Peter Angelo. All those in favor? It's the end. All right, thanks for coming out.